Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Achilles Soltis. I'm the Vice President of the International New York Times. Kalimera σας και καλώς ορίσατε. Welcome to our second edition of Democracy Under Pressure conference. The International New York Times and Kathimerini, along with the United Nations Democracy Fund, with whom we have forged a great partnership, created this forum a year ago to reflect on the state of a political model known as democracy, at the place where it was born, and on the day marked by the United Nations as the International Democracy Day. We are privileged to have Secretary General Ban Ki-moon's message of endorsement, and he is represented here today by Annika Saville from the United Nations Democracy Fund. The year since our last conference here has certainly underscored the timeliness of the subject, and if anything, it has made it more urgent. According to Freedom House, the year 2013 was the 8th consecutive year where global freedom declined, and the problems seem to be multiplying. We have witnessed setbacks in the Ukraine and the Middle East, and we see trouble even in the traditional bastions of democracy. Partisan politics have all but shut down government in the United States at times, while the European Union has seen the growth of populist parties. So this year, we have decided to plunge even deeper at the Athens Forum in this magnificent museum that holds so much history, culture, knowledge, and symbolism. It is a setting that really should give us hope. After its inception here some 2,500 years ago, democracy as a political system effectively went into hibernation, only to be revived 2,000 years later in the Enlightenment and put in practice by the American Revolution and the Industrial Revolution. It survived 2 world wars and the challenges of fascism and communism to emerge by the end of the 20th century as a system by which 120 countries, about 63% of the world's population, were governed. This progress, alas, has not continued in the 21st century. Less, about 40% now, less than half the world's population lives in countries that have free and fair elections. China has become a forceful proponent of the idea that limiting freedoms while practicing meritocracy is a more effective model of social organization, while Vladimir Putin's nationalistic and autocratic rule in Russia has offered yet another model. At this morning's conference, 3 panel discussions will look at how political upheavals, economic stress, and the new media have played into the plight of democracy. Serge Schmemann, a member of our editorial board at the New York Times and former opinion editor of the International Herald Tribune, will lead a panel on what we have learned about the strengths and weaknesses of liberal democracy through such diverse developments as the Arab Spring, the crisis in the Ukraine, the EU elections, and the rise in China. I think here in Athens, we are all aware how economic turmoil can change the political equation. There has also been considerable discussion, much of it fueled lately by the writing of the French economist Thomas Piketty, about the growth of inequality and the way it can turn democracy into oligarchy. Liz Alderman, our chief business correspondent, who has dedicated many of her efforts to covering the economic crises in Greece and more broadly the European Union, will lead a panel of experts in a discussion of the impact of economic crisis on democracy. But perhaps the most powerful transformation today, ladies and gentlemen, is taking place in the media and digital revolution. Now, I may be a little bit oversensitive to this because it is what we do for a living, but there is no question that the rise of social media and the internet has totally changed the way we receive, digest, and discuss information. Alison Smale, the Berlin bureau chief of the New York Times and the last executive editor of the International Herald Tribune, will look at the power of this new media and digital universe and how it needs to transform democracy. Later today, another luminary of the New York Times, Roger Cohen, will lead some of the people that are leading us at this time in a discussion of what it all means and where we go from here. So on behalf of these moderators, the International New York Times and Kathimerini, on behalf of the United Nations Democracy Fund, I would like to thank all our speakers who have joined us here. And I would like to thank you, of course, our audience, and I hope that you will all contribute through your comments and questions. I would like to thank the companies that have helped make this important forum possible. The names are on the backdrop, well, not quite now, but they were on the backdrop, and they are to be commended because democracy, this topic, is not an easy one to be sponsoring, but these companies have showed a lot of vision, and I'm talking about the National Bank of Greece, Google, Eldorado Gold, Aegean, Volvo, and VEPA. They deserve credit for their vision in supporting so important an event on this International Day of Democracy. We applaud you and we look forward to your help in years to come as we continue to follow the fate of what is still the most just and effective system of governance. I think we can all agree that it is wonderful and exciting that we can have this discussion right here on the Acropolis, where the spirit of democracy really shines from every column. Many thanks to Annika Saville at the United Nations Democracy Fund, representing the Secretary General, and the Athens Forum for Democracy, led by Simeon Somokos and Alberto Cano, for your role in bringing and organizing this commemoration of democracy. We are especially honored to have Vice President Evangelos Venizelos to get the show on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, Greece is not only the cradle of democracy, but also a state that in recent years has learned a lot about navigating through the perils of economic and social crisis. Mr. Venizelos, of course, has played a central role in guiding the country in these times of trouble, and he knows very well the themes that will be covered this morning through being Vice President, of course, and Foreign Minister, but also as a former Economics Finance Minister. We are very grateful to you, Mr. Vice President, for joining us today, and it is my honor to invite you and take the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the day.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, first of all, I thank the organizers for inviting me to address you this very symbolic and emblematic day, and mainly for having the idea to host this conference on the fundamental issue of democracy, which is the common denominator of nearly all the international crises we are experiencing at this time. I congratulate them on the initiative to host this meeting here in Athens, the birthplace of Athenian democracy. So I am very pleased to welcome you to the brilliant new Acropolis Museum and the foot of the Holy Rock, very close to the Pnyx and across from the Theatre of Dionysus. But as you know, modern democracy is not the direct democracy of the ecclesia or assembly of the demos in ancient Athens. Rather, it's the representative constitutional democracy that has been shaped and refined as a concept and an institutional structure over the past 2 centuries, inspired mainly by the 2 great revolutions of the 18th century, the American and French revolutions. Thus, when we talk about democracy today, we are not referring only to a basic institutional framework that includes free and regular elections to fill the state's political organs and the free functioning of political parties, but also to a broad system of rights and guarantees that constitute the rule of law. Contemporary democracy is thus the liberal democracy that was developed historically and refined into its present form in the European and North American space. But this democracy, which now has a more or less self-evident institutional and ideological content, has gradually, and particularly since the Second World War, taken on universal or global characteristics, linked as it is with the protection of fundamental rights, starting with the very right to life itself. Democracy and human rights are thus indivisible. They are 2 sides of the same coin. International acknowledgement of this was greatly strengthened after the fall of so-called real socialism very recently, in the early 90s. But this idealized description is a far cry from the global reality, in which democracy is under pressure and being called into question in both the Western world as the historical cradle of modern democracy and other regions on the globe. Regions that accept the notion and value of democracy, but that, for historical reasons, have a more limited cultural relationship with modern liberal Western-style democracy. The democracy that we regard as self-evident in, for example, the space of the European Union. In the Western area, liberal representative democracy is under the pressure of the economic crisis, the crisis of the model of European competitiveness. It's under pressure from unemployment, strengthening opportunities, the faltering of social cohesion, and the European social model. Very often, this economic and social pressure manifests as a crisis of political participation and representation, a crisis of legitimacy for political parties and governments. This crisis is unfolding in parallel with the crisis of the sovereignty of the nation-state, which is rendered hostage to the markets without its functions being superseded by corresponding steps in the direction of European integration. The European Union's democratic and political deficit is mirrored by a corresponding deficit on the level of member states. The rise of the extreme right, of racism and xenophobia, the emergence of various forms of political and social violence are perhaps the most glaring aspect of the pressures Western democracy is coming under in its own home. A great institutional and moral dilemma is being raised. The potential for enemies of democracy to exploit democratic rights, democratic institutions, democratic processes. Europe must never forget the manner in which the European nazism and fascism on the interwar period perpetrated organized abuse of democratic and parliamentary processes to seize power and abolish democracy. But what is most critical is that we shape democratic political responses to the causes of the economic and social pressure Western democracy is under in its own home. This concerns the need for policies that safeguard the employment, dignity, and prosperity of all citizens, the need for policies that redress inequalities and injustices and that safeguard social cohesion. The manner in which the European Union has dealt with the fiscal and financial crisis in many member states over the past 7 years, while costing a great deal of money, has not responded to these existential needs. And this is the case because of the sway held by stereotypes that take into account fiscal and macroeconomic models, but not how much societies can bear or political contact that frequently tends to call democratic values into question. The growth of Euroscepticism and the extreme right requires more comprehensive and composite approaches from the governments of countries with a de facto greater responsibility for Europe's course. There needs to be greater historical memory and greater historical intellect in the name of Europe's values, starting with democracy and rule of law. On the other hand, mainly in Europe's southern neighborhood, but also in its eastern neighborhood, within the Council of Europe and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, we see the de facto raising of a critical dilemma that concerns the universality of liberal democracy. The Arab Spring and its aftermath, which we are seeing now in Syria, Iraq, and Libya, with the emergence of the ISIS and the transformation of terrorist organizations, the erosion of states, the disputing of existing borders, points up an obvious ordering of priorities. To have democracy, you must have a structured state and basic guarantees of internal and external security. What's more, if you are to have democracy and security, you have to take into account very carefully and on the ground all the parameters of religious and ethnic identities. The universality of democracy and the urgency of the demand for security cannot ignore the variety and complexity of these parameters. Otherwise, the mix becomes explosive and the vicious circle is not broken. Consequently, statehood is a component part of democracy and rule of law. The appearance of sub-state entities that control regions and have links to terrorism and organized crimes calls into question not only the sovereignty of the state, but also the prospects for implementing democratic solutions. To a great extent, the issue of security also concerns the Western world itself, primarily in the sense of internal security and the confronting of terrorism and other forms of organized crime. Moreover, the issues of security, global balance of power and stability have been borne very seriously in mind in other regions of the world, like Southeast Asia, in order to facilitate the process of modernization and transition in largest countries, such as China, which plays a definitive role in the global economy and is a permanent member of the UN Security Council. We are living in a period with an unusually high density of crises. When you have so many crises that raise security issues, reacting in a fragmented manner will not suffice. We have to look at the big picture. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, you need a unified strategy that takes into account all of the open fronts and highlights priorities in relation to risk, which means in relation to opponents and potential allies who are not necessarily friends or even like-minded. This strategic might increases the probability of real and in-depth achievement of objectives related not only to the demand for security, but also to the demand for democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I get some sound out of this? Can you hear me? Right now, can you hear me? Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. We'll move right along and start with the first panel. Good morning to all of you. I must say that as the Vice President and as Achilles said, it's really magical to be sitting right here, right under the Acropolis, where the idea that people can participate equally in politics was first born. It took 2,500 years to extend that concept also to women, but nonetheless, in the interim, every other system was attempted, from absolute monarchies to dictatorships to the murderous states of fascism and communism. And in each of those systems, we collided with a great truth that Pericles discovered right here back in the day. I think it's important to remember that Pericles was not a philosopher like we imagine most of the folks sitting around here in those days were. He was a practitioner of politics. And a quote I found is that just because you do not take an interest in politics doesn't mean politics won't take an interest in you. I think that's something we have certainly seen in a lot of places. I saw it very much in the years I was in the Soviet Union. As they said back then, the Soviet Union politicized everything except politics, which it depoliticized. And we saw the result. In Ukraine today, we keep seeing interviews, maybe Christia will bear this out, we keep finding interviews with people in Donetsk or Luhansk who say, I don't care who's in charge, I just want to live normally. Well, Pericles would say, if you don't take an interest in who rules you, somebody else most surely will. I don't think ultimately there's any need for us here to defend democracies. But after overcoming so many challenges in the 20th century, liberal democracy, as we practice it in the West, seems very much to have lost its way in the 21st century. The two editors of The Economist have just put out a book in which they declare that so far the 21st century has been a rotten one for the Western model. The politics of the premier democracy in the world, the United States, are marked by dysfunction, polarization, paralysis. In Europe, and especially here in Greece, economic tensions have brought fringe parties to the forefront. In the Middle East, the hopes of the Arab Spring have been dashed. And at the same time, China and other Asian economies have blossomed under authoritarian rule. Russia, instead of moving forward, as we had all hoped after the collapse of communism, has been driven by a psychology of national humiliation towards a dangerous form of neo-imperialism. ISIS in Iraq and Syria has demonstrated the continuing appeal of religious absolutism. So to discuss these and many other problems, we have three good friends and colleagues who have not only observed, but have lived through many of the processes we're talking about. Actually, I've not met Christia Freeland before, but I have so closely followed your brilliant career as a journalist in Ukraine, Europe, the United States, and Canada, and now as a member of the Canadian Parliament, that I can't help but regard you as a good friend. Dmitry Trenin is, in my view, one of the best interpreters today of what's going on in Russia as director of the Carnegie Moscow Center. As a soldier and scholar, he was an officer in the Soviet and Russian armed forces and earned a degree, a doctorate in history. And Nikos Konstantaras was a late addition to the panel, and as someone who invited him, I have to say modestly, it was an inspired addition. As a senior editor of Katemarini and contributing op-ed writer for the International New York Times, he has been at the front line of Greece's suffering, now in its 5th year. Nikos was born in South Africa, which some of you might recognize in his accent. And I recently learned that he was an editor of an anthology of South African poetry. So let me invite the panelists to make some brief opening comments. They'll speak for about 5 minutes each. Afterwards, we'll have a bit of a discussion, and I hope all of you will think of some incredibly provocative and challenging questions. So let me start, Dimitri, with you, if I may. Why is democracy today almost a dirty word in Russian, demokrati? Why has Vladimir Putin proven so successful? What does this tell us about liberal democracy?
Well, Serge, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to the panel. It's a big honor to be with you and with Christy and Nikos and in front of such a great audience in a place you would all wish to be when we discuss democracy, the way forward. So let me use my 5 minutes to give a few short points. On democracy in Russia, 25 years ago, when democracy started undermining and eventually, within 2 years, overthrew communism, the communist system in Russia, without outside support. That was a feat performed by the Russian people. The vast majority of Russians identified themselves with democracy. An 11th hour attempt at reversing the tide in August 1991 collapsed because it seemed that everyone, even within the ranks of those who wanted to stop the process of reform, had been imbued with a bacillus of democracy and other things that represented. But what happened then was extremely important. Democracy in Russia transformed very quickly into a project for liberal reform that gave most of its benefits to the oligarchical few, while disempowering and pauperizing the large masses of the Russian people. Those who called themselves Democrats focused on the reform process, not enough on gaining popular support for that process. And I think that the experience of the Russian people in the 1990s was such that democracy was associated in the people's minds with chaos, poverty, and weakness or absence of the state to protect ordinary people, and humiliation on the international scene. You cannot have a good name for democracy if that's your idea of what democracy is. So that would be my answer to your first question. Your second question regarding Putin, Putin has been able to crack the code of power stability in Russia, which basically had two elements. One was that you have to be genuinely popular with the bulk of your people, genuinely popular. There are very few governments around the world who are watching, democratic, not democratic, doesn't matter, who are watching the public opinion polls as closely as the Kremlin. And to them, it is authoritarianism in Russia, no question. But it's authoritarianism with the consent of the governed, or the majority of the governed, which makes it more stable than you would think otherwise. And the second element was Putin having control over the elites, from the oligarchs to the dissidents. They're all very much under the control of Mr. Putin and the apparatus that he has built to ensure that there's a strong state in Russia. And finally, what does it tell us about the future of liberal democracy in Russia? I think that as the country matures, Russia in 1991 was a country without a nation, frankly. There was remnants of the imperial polity around, but it's now gradually maturing. It's becoming more of a nation. You see volunteer movements, which are very interesting. You see more solidarity exercised by ordinary Russian people. You have nationalism that Serge also pointed to. So you have a process of nation building from above, spearheaded by Mr. Putin, and also a process of nationalism from below. And that leads to a new situation within Russia. I would say that as this nation emerges, it will probably make more use of the Constitution that exists. The Constitution is largely liberal and democratic, but it's written in 1993 for a country that did not exist then and does not exist now. Whether it will exist years from now, time will tell. But what more and more Russian people need is a rule of law. Property is becoming more and more widely spread. Relations of property are becoming more and more important to all kinds of people. So the rule of law is the next station in Russian political progress, if you like. But finally, the model of governance that will emerge in Russia, I think will still be distinctly Russian, which will mean probably a very strong state, which will mean probably a marriage of local self-governance at the municipal, local, regional level, and strong and moderating influence of the power at the center. Rather than relying on the checks and balances and facing gridlock and potentially risking the unity of your country, the head of state, whatever his position will be called, it's now President of Russia, will be someone with a very strong and moderating influence. This is the Russia that I see down the road, say 10, 15, 20 years down the road. I think I'll stop here.
Well, thank you very much. Can I just follow up to you with a question? If you believe that Russia will always have a strong state, a strong presidency, is this a new form of government, a new form of organization, different from liberal democracy, or are there models that you could point to where this has been created and has worked and can qualify as being democratic?
Well, I would say of the countries that I sort of know, I think it would be closest to France under de Gaulle, but a France that is not a member of NATO, does not have anyone to look after its security interests, a Russia that essentially fends for itself in the world, which will give that president the authority and the power of the President of the United States. So, but the best description today of that person is a czar. A czar under modern conditions. This is what you have in Russia today.
Wow, good. We'll be looking forward to that. Christia, you've watched political battles in Ukraine. You fought them in Ottawa. Do you believe that the Western model of liberal democracy can be, or should be universal? Or are there adaptations that need to be created, such as the one Dmitry spoke of?
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much, Serge, for the invitation to be here, and it's great to be here with Dmitry and Nikos. I'm sure for the Greek people who are here, you get bored of hearing foreigners come here and tell you how much we are inspired by the example of your distant ancestors and Greek democracy. But it's really inspiring. Thank you very much for inventing it. It's wonderful to be here. And also, as a Canadian politician, I have to say we feel a particular connection to Greece. We have a huge and very important Greek-Canadian community. They're really active. If you have relatives in Canada, please tell them, you know, it's great to see Canadian politicians show up here from time to time. So, Serge, in answer to your questions, I'd like to make just 4 quick general points, and then I'm looking forward to our conversation. The first one is on democracy, and this connects with what Dmitry said. I think a thing that we're learning, especially in the post-1989, 1991 period, is it's hard to have a democracy revolution. Greece knows that. But it's even harder to build a democratic state the day after the revolution. And I think that's something we've lost a little bit of sight of. Maybe I still consider myself half a journalist. We sometimes are better at covering that exciting moment of revolutionary breakthrough and less good at thinking carefully about the day after revolution. And I would say, you know, the past 25 years haven't been a defeat of the democratic idea or discrediting of it in any way. I mean, in fact, I think we're seeing sustained and rather astonishing demand for democracy from below in all over the world, in unexpected parts of the world. What we're seeing is it's really hard to follow through. And we see that with the Arab Spring, we see that with Russia, we see that with Ukraine, which is now on its 3rd democracy revolution in 25 years. But that does, you know, the demand is still there. So that'd be my first point. Second point, and this is sort of a connecting the Western demand for democracy and the demand for democracy in authoritarian regimes. And that's to say, you know, democracy should be a verb and not a noun. I'm Ukrainian Canadian, and I've been spending a lot of time in Ukraine and thinking about Ukraine. And one of the paradoxes for me as an elected Canadian politician has been, in some ways, young Ukrainians are more enthusiastically engaged in democracy than young Canadians who have it. And one of the things I talk about a lot when I come home to Canada is, yeah, it's great for us to live in a democracy. We benefit from it, but we can't take it for granted. Democracy isn't this thing which gets created once and that's it. All of us as citizens have to be actively engaged. And I think that's something which, particularly in the West, we risk losing sight of. And I would just encourage everyone, you know, citizenship has to be an active act. A third point, and this speaks to Dmitry's point about where Russia went wrong. Sometimes when we think about democracy revolutions, and especially in countries that require a lot of economic and structural reform, we lose sight of the fact that economic power still exists. And the effectiveness of a state and of a political system in delivering economic goods to most of the population is an important measure of how good that political system is. I think sometimes dreamy, idealistic Democrats forget that hard economic power aspect to things. And I was in Russia during the great privatizations and wrote a book about it. And I think that's exactly what happened, is in the pursuit of liberal democracy and economic reforms, the Russian reformers forgot that there was actually money involved. One of my favorite quotes in writing my book about the privatization in Russia was talking to one of the oligarchs and saying, you know, so did you have to bribe those reformers to give you all of this stuff which you got during the big natural resource privatization? And he said to me, you know, we thought we would have to bribe them a lot more than we did. In fact, these early reformers were idealistic and not too corrupt at all. All we had to do was explain to them how our ideas of privatization fit into their ideals of a market economy. And then the way he put it, he said, "Они как миленькие всё делали." And like little darlings, they did everything that we needed. So neglecting this aspect of economic power is a real mistake, and it applies to Western economies too. This is where Achilles referred to Piketty. I think that's really important. If our democracies don't think about how to deliver economically to the majority, we will fail. And then just a final point, speaking to your universalism, Serge, look, I'm an idealist about democracy, and I still notice for all this success of authoritarian regimes we've been talking about, the immigration flows of actual human beings tends to be towards the democracies, right? We see it a lot in Canada. We're open for immigration. It's people coming from authoritarian countries to democracies, and that, you know, Nikos knows a little bit about that, I'm sure. And that says a lot about what actual humans want. Having said that, the reality is, and I think this is something that we didn't fully appreciate in 1991, the whole world is not going to be an effective, brilliantly functioning liberal democracy tomorrow. And I think the big foreign policy challenge of the liberal democracies is figuring out how do we establish a world order in which some of the big players will be authoritarian regimes, and the hardest part, I think, is going to be authoritarian regimes facing at least intermittent demands for democracy from their own people, with which we will be sympathetic. So that's going to be something that we'll have to figure out. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Can I follow that up briefly? I gather you come here from Ukraine, and you've met with a lot of the young people who were, in a sense, a product of the Maidan, and many of them, you were telling me earlier, will be in Parliament. You said also that this is already the third revolution. Can you tell me, these young people you've talked to, have they learned? Is there a cumulative process? Is there a process where each revolution builds on the previous ones? Is this new generation going to be different and will create a different Ukraine?
Well, I certainly hope so. There has been a process. I mean, I think the story of Ukraine is a rising and increasingly effective real civil society, which has lots and lots of independent, strong civil society institutions and lots of really committed civil society actors, much more so than ever before. These are kids who, you know, were 5 or 6 when the Soviet Union collapsed. A lot of them have been educated abroad, and they're really good, like especially things like tracking corruption of the government. They're really, you know, holding feet to the fire. The big question is going to be, can they translate that knowledge and that energy into effective state institutions and state reform? And they know that that's the challenge, but it's much easier for us to sit here and talk about it than it is to actually do it.
That's definitely true. Thank you. Nikos, obviously you are right at the heart of everything that's happening in Greece, but I suspect we'll be hearing a lot more about Greece as the day goes on, so I thought I would ask you about Africa. And to look back on the places you came from and tell us a little bit why so many of the liberation movements, including the ANC in South Africa, have proved so flawed and corrupt once they come to power. Why has it been so difficult for liberal democracy to take place in Africa, in the countries emerging from colonialism or from apartheid?
It's a very big question. Thank you, Serge, and thank you for inviting me, and it's a great pleasure and honor to be with Dimitri and Christian. I'm very awed by them. I've been reading them for many, many years, and it's an honor to be here. Africa is very interesting because looking at it from the point of democracy, we can see where democracy is necessary, how it can be established, and how it doesn't become established. South Africa is very different to the rest of Africa in my mind, in the sense that it had in a perverse way, a running start. It had a functioning state and very strong institutions that it could move into with the changeover from apartheid to a democracy. So there was a state functioning, and there was, to the greatest extent possible, a lot of goodwill involved in this. So the state was functioning, and it could change with the changes that came across. There wasn't a state of chaos the way Iraq, for example, was after the Ba'ath state had been torn apart in days.
Excuse me, I think somebody's on a cell phone which is playing in all the loudspeakers. Sir, can you take that outside, please? Sorry. Thank you.
So the interesting thing about South Africa is that it had a lot of momentum in the sense of a state being in effect there. And we had an independent judiciary which has maintained its role and has played a very important part in how South Africa has developed. The other interesting aspect of this is when we had the changeover, there was the ANC completely dominant, the party that had carried the greatest burden of the struggle against apartheid. And that is still carrying it forward. We saw in the last elections people expressing their gratitude to the ANC for what they had done in the apartheid years, and that has helped them carry on in the way that they have. Because at the same time, the existence of a strong civil society in South Africa has pointed out all the blemishes in this democracy that they have there, very much so, from the judiciary to cartoonists to people on radio shows. So it's a very vibrant democracy, and at the same time it acts as if it's an authoritarian state. I think that as the generations change, move ahead, that will change as well. Looking at it from a Greek perspective, because that's where I've been for the last 30 years, and I can't avoid coming back to Greece because that's my big school here. There was a lot of that momentum in the post-dictatorship years in 1974, and especially after the Socialist Party, PASOK, came to power. It had all the goodwill and the momentum and the default position of the country being very much a kind of left-leaning democracy. That helped carry it along to the point that it became extremely complacent. And that complacency is what I think is the greatest threat to democracy, both in South Africa and in Europe and in America and everywhere else. And in countries that are not democracies. China, for example, which is very, very effective on the biggest points of civilization, which is assuring security and the greatest prosperity possible for its people. That state is being very effective right now, but it has to find a way to deal with complacency. Otherwise, it becomes corrupt, answerable to nobody, and that releases a lot of powers within society that, when they come to the surface, are very difficult to deal with. We have to remember, if I can go back to ancient Athens, that democracy was not some idea thought up by people scratching their heads and wondering what to do to pass the time. It was a real necessity. And I agree with what Christia said, that it would be good to see democracy as a verb rather than as a noun, because democracy came about because the society was under great pressure. It had many threats from outside and from inside, and the best way to deal with it was to enfranchise as many citizens as possible and make them equal warriors, equal parts of the economy, equal in every sense. So they broke down the barriers between the rich and the poor. They broke down the great plague, which was debt. This happened in 600 BC. 100 years later, the democratic reforms came into effect because the concept of equality had become entrenched in society, that people who are equal can deal with the threat that they have to face, not people who are unequal. So it was a necessity to have democracy, and we saw it right through the years of Greek democracy. It lasted on and off for about 200 years, but it was a huge laboratory all the time. They were testing it. It was failing. They were trying again. There were foreign influences coming into play. There were always the oligarchs and the Democrats, and they were playing off the people against each other in one way or another. And they found that they needed to get better than just to be equal. They needed to have institutions that could function, that could solve problems. They needed to make the state we use in the modern sense, kind of loosely, but people needed to feel that they were part of what was happening. They needed to be part of the solution. And that, I think, plays out right across our era as well. I think that the basic pillars of stability and prosperity have to be assured. Then the state mechanisms have to be built up. And people must identify with their leadership, understanding that this leadership is there for their better interests rather than for its own interests. And that is where democracy thrives on pressure, because that's when they put an end to complacency. That's when you wake up and you have to solve your problems. That's when you see that the prosperity that you were enjoying, whether it was Greece in the last 40 years or some other states, which I won't go into, when they see that they have to solve their problems in a way that will make them more effective rather than allowing one group to live at the expense of the others. And we've seen that's the problem in our capitalist society right now. It's the problem in authoritarian states as well. Is everywhere one group is dominating the others. And when they reach the point where the threat domestically or externally is so great, they will have only one way out, and that is to rely on each other as much as they can. And that will bring them back to equality and the roots of democracy.
In a way, that's maybe even a scary idea, that democracy, when it finally becomes successful and creates a perfectly functioning society, people get complacent and undermine democracy. It's a cycle we have to go through. Let me go then to asking some broader questions of all of you, and you can all feel free to jump in as we discuss these issues. I just want to build on what Nikos just said and to ask him then about Greece specifically again, about this rise of populism. We saw it also in the European elections, and the way it's phrased in all the articles that we read in newspapers and journals, it's bad. Populism is a bad word. A populist party has made great advances. Maybe in your scheme it's not bad. Maybe it is part of the force that gives a voice to resentment, a voice like the Tea Party in America, Golden Dawn here. It gives the voice to the people who feel that complacent democracy is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Maybe populism is part of that force you speak of.
Populism is very important because it is an expression of what people are. People are not very nice for the most part if you allow them. They will pursue their own interests at the expense of others, and they will pursue their interests of their group at the expense of others. And it takes a lot of concentration to put things in perspective. And I think Pericles put it best when he said, if you are wealthy but your state is in a bad way, it is much worse than your state being in a good way and you being poor. Because you can recover in a good state, but you will not recover if you lose your standing in a poor state. So that is something we should keep in mind. Populism does not keep that in mind. Populism wants the individual's interests first, above all, which brings us to the point that they have something to say. Whether it's right or wrong, it has to be dealt with. If I can just very quickly run over Golden Dawn here, metaphorically, dealing with this problem would be putting the law into practice. Drive them mad with the law, as the mayor of Athens put it very well a year or two ago. Use the law against them. Part of the problem of Greece's troubles is the fact that the law was not applied everywhere equally. It was very lax in dealing with things like this. But Golden Dawn is interesting in another thing. They come from the left and the right, and shows how the complacency of the years of prosperity, and especially the years based on easy money, hid the real passions in society. So society did not develop along the lines of groups coming to a consensus with each other and an understanding to be effective. Because everybody could have what they wanted, they all learned to demand the most. They did not learn to deal with what they had to share with each other. And now, in the crisis, all of this has to come into play again, and we have to find new balances. And I see Golden Dawn's expression, this very strong expression, as something like a correction in what had been hidden and not dealt with for a very long time. And now we can deal with it now that we see it.
Yeah. Christia, maybe I can ask you then, maybe we're wrong to say that democracy is in crisis. Maybe what we're watching is the upheavals that it requires to regenerate, to be reborn. We speak a lot in this connection of the Chinese model as something that is posing a threat to the model of liberal democracy, a sort of authoritarian system that guarantees economic laissez-faire and creates prosperity all around. On the other hand, maybe the Chinese model is a stage towards one of these crises that finally leads people to realize that Pericles was right in all these wise things he said. I mean, is democracy in fact in crisis?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that I'm much more bullish on democracy than the idea of democracy in crisis would suggest. I think there are two sort of different challenges, the democracy challenge and then maybe the China authoritarian challenge. I very much agree with Nikos, and I like this idea of democracy gets renewed when it's under threat, and those have been important moments of building democracy. We've been talking about classical Athens. You could say the same thing about American democracy. It was created in the face of a threat, really. And I think the threat to Western liberal democracy in the industrialized, wealthy West right now is figuring out an economic model which will deliver to the middle class. That's our big problem right now. It's not, I don't see it so much as a political problem as being an economic problem. And when the economic problem isn't solved, it becomes a political problem. And the danger, I think, and where I'm a real Piketty fan, is the people at the very top are not feeling economic pressure. In fact, our economic model today is delivering to the very top more than ever. It's fantastic. It's a brilliant time to be a rich entrepreneur in the world. It's like the world is endless. There are so many horizons. You can do so much, and real things. I mean, yes, you can manipulate political systems, but you can also invent and build and create in this fantastic way. But if you don't happen to live in this 0.1% world or be brilliant and lucky enough to break into it by the time you're 25, things can be pretty dismal. And I think, you know, what Western politicians really need to take on board, and frankly also Western business elites, is if we don't solve that problem pretty quickly, our democracy will get in trouble. On the Chinese side, look, I think that we make a mistake if we assume too much stability and too much effectiveness in the Chinese authoritarian model. It has certainly been very effective, especially over the past 15 years, 15, 20 years. But it could come up against limits. And I think there are two potential limits. The first is, you know, sometimes from the outside, we think of a sort of communist authoritarian elite as being, I think someone described it as meritocratic, maybe Achilles did in his opening, as this sort of perfectly meritocratic, you know, Confucian devoted to the collective good. If they were all able to do that, then they wouldn't be in trouble. But I think we've seen some examples of Chinese elites deciding that a little bit of personal enrichment for themselves and their families would be a nice thing to get as well. And that's a real problem. The Chinese elites know it, but it's very hard not to do. And as we see the Chinese elite starting to take more for itself, it's going to get discredited. So I think that's a really, really big problem, and it's a systemic problem. And then the second issue is, and they're related, as China gets richer, as you have a richer, more self-confident middle class that's not part of that elite, it's going to be scrutinizing the elite very carefully. And so long as the guys at the top in an authoritarian model are making decisions that really serve the collective good, I think they can be okay. But once they start faltering, once they start focusing more on their bank accounts, and we have some examples of that happening, their own success, their own successful creation of that middle class will put them at risk.
Good. Thank you. We mentioned earlier, I did and Achilles did, and all the articles about the problems, the crisis of democracy, whatever these articles are titled, speak of the United States and the problems of polarization. And so I was going to ask Dmitry how that looks from Russia. We are accustomed in our patronizing way to look at Russia, to preach to Russia, to say what Russia's doing wrong. I'd like to hear you tell me what the United States looks like from your perspective and the problems it is having. Do you see that as a potential doing harm to democracy in the eyes of people who are accustomed to looking at America as some kind of ideal?
Well, I think it would be safe to say, although it's clearly an unfortunate thing to say, that the West lacks luster in the Russian eyes today. It was the Russians collectively are sometimes idealistic or over-idealistic. And I think that with the democratic revolution of 1991 or 1989, 1991, they embraced the West as an idea that was almost like the promised land. And they idealized the West, and primarily the United States, also Europe. I think 20 plus years down the road, there is precious little of that left. There's clearly more expertise. A lot of people have traveled back and forth. A lot of people have lived in the West. A lot of people have relatives or friends in the West. I think that what they see is still the huge material wealth of the West. But they also realize that maybe it's a small percentage of Russian people, but they enjoy, and I'm not talking about 0.1% of the population, but they enjoy standard of living which puts them on a par with many in the West. And this is a huge self-liberating phenomenon in Russia. A Soviet person, whatever his formal position in the Soviet Union was a poor man when he was traveling in the West. He didn't have more than his per diem, which was, I don't know, $35 or $25 in his pocket. Today you have millions of Russians who actually live on a par with many people in Europe and many people in the United States. And this is what matters to them. People, and Christie is absolutely right when she points at the economic thing in the quest for democracy. When Russians embraced democracy, they also were trying to embrace the Western standard of living. Because as she said very, very, very correctly, people tend to go to where life is better. However, out of 120 democracies in the world, only a handful attract lots of immigrants. Many others may be democracies, but they're not attractive. You need to be a developed democracy. So I would say that it is also coupled with a view of democracy churning out mediocre leaders, leaders who are followers rather than leaders, people who follow the public opinion polls slavishly. They look at the gridlock, especially in the United States, and basically a lot of them come to the conclusion that an average American runs the United States of America to the same extent as an average Russian does run the Russian Federation. And this was, I think, very clearly underlined by the effects of the handling of the economic crisis, financial economic crisis, and the effects of that crisis.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to open to questions. First of all, do any of you have any questions for each other? Any comments you'd like to make before we open the floor? Or?
I do, but maybe people should.
Okay, sir. I presume we have microphones right behind you.
Stasinopoulos, formerly with the European Commission. My question relates with one comment that Chrystia Freeland made about the 1% Western democracy, and if we don't deal with that, we may be in trouble. I'm exaggerating. I like somehow to rephrase that. I see another serious problem that we're facing slowly is that power is shifting away slowly from states, from administrations. And this is linked with the power of markets, which very often we feel that they dictate policies. I have been working in Brussels for 20 years, and we see that. Although the Brussels process is a very elaborate consultation process, which allows, let's say, input from many. But we see often markets, and I don't want to use the expression of lobby groups, which is a real threat. Because often we contrast our system to the Russian, and we talk about oligarchs. Certainly, in Russia, markets are run and influenced by state-run companies. But we have our own, let's say, strengths in that area, and with some degrees of monopolies. I'm wondering whether the panel could comment.
Christy, would you like to?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point, and it's something I worry about a lot. I mean, the way I think about it is we're living in a time when capital is global, but politics, especially democratic politics, is national. And that creates a lot of contradictions. One of them is the erosion of national tax bases. And you worked for the European Commission. I think Europeans have been particularly conscious of and vulnerable to that. You know, we've seen this strategy, totally legal strategy of big global companies basing themselves in the European company that offers the lowest taxes. And so you have a race to the bottom in creation of tax base. Capital is global. And that creates more pressure on this middle class, which is being economically hollowed out. I think that at some point, and again, we're talking a lot about Piketty, but one of the things I like about his book is he talks about the need for some, to begin to talk about taxation and at least some agreements maybe about tax floors that go beyond one country. Maybe you need to start talking about G20. Maybe you need to start talking about OECD. But if we believe that capital needs to be global, which I certainly do, I think globalization on balance has been hugely economically beneficial, you're going to need to find ways to be sure that the existence of global capital doesn't mean that everyone who plays on that global level in the economy doesn't cease to contribute to some national tax base. Otherwise, democracy isn't going to be able to function.
The fact that you mentioned Brussels and the Commission led me also to another thought. The Vice President spoke of the danger of sub-state entities, but we've also seen a certain lack of democracy in superstate agencies like the European Union. The last election showed, maybe I could ask Nikos here to comment, why did those elections draw so little interest?
Complacency. I think people who are angry at Europe are still quite confident that Europe is still okay for them. I think that is part of the point. Those who are very angry to the extent of voting will have voted for the more populist parties in a kind of outburst, which is good to keep in mind. But I'd like to come to the point of the larger than state organizations, and I think that part of the problem that we have to deal with at the global level, or at least at the European and North American levels, is to look at how people are affected by everything that's happening around them, coming down to the individual again. It comes down to the belief and the faith in the system, that you are safe, that there is the rule of law, that you will not face a horrible end in the street because the state is collapsing. Those are the basics that people need to know, whether in their old age or as youngsters who are looking forward to their life. And when the transnational organizations are not run on the basis of their power, but are run on the understanding that they serve first the needs of the more powerful state's citizens, that cuts right across to everybody else, and that undermines confidence in the system. And I think that has to be dealt with at some very serious top level, in the understanding that the organizations like the European Union, to exist, have to be European organizations and not under the influence of one or other state, which has its own political agenda and elections to keep winning. So that is one of the big challenges of our time, and I don't know if it's a challenge for democracy, but I know that only democracy and the equality of all is what can lead them out of this. That's my point.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Thank you, Esther Sándor, the Ambassador of Hungary. I would like to have a comment, first of all, what Mr. Trenin said. I happened to live in Moscow between 2000 and 2004, and I can absolutely underline and agree with his perfect evaluation of the situation. I mean, indeed, it was a big problem at the time that people experienced chaos, and the economy couldn't deliver. The state was collapsing. And actually, on the Western societies, sometimes there was not really an adequate response what the Russian people feel. Because, for example, when the case came up with Berezovsky and Khodorkovsky, Russian people, public opinion, couldn't really understand, because what they saw, it was actually a fight between the oligarchs, and they couldn't get really close on the wider aspects of the whole problem. So I really share your views. My other question would be for Mrs. Freeland, because it's also, I find, a key that the economy should deliver, and it's a key point for Western liberal democracy, if the economy can deliver or not. And I would have a question related to Ukraine. For example, I mean, it's really thrilling to see what's happening now. It's kind of a very, very difficult situation, both security policy and economically. But actually, when the new Ukrainian government took over some months ago, it was one of the first steps which came from especially on the persuasion of the IMF, that they were significantly raising the price of the energy. And then my main question is, how do you see the economic perspective for Ukraine? Is there no danger that if they follow this sort of liberal policy encouraged by the IMF, that the society will be very sure disillusioned and turns to the extreme? Thank you. Thank you.
You remind me of an interview I had with the IMF director in Kiev right after, in 91 or 92. He said, you know, I sit here and think, if the Ukrainians did what I'm telling them to do, half of them would freeze to death within a year. So, Dmitry, go ahead. The first question was to you.
No, I think the question was to Christia. I think the comment was addressed to me, but the question was really to Christia.
Fine.
Okay, so I think that the economic challenge for Ukraine is huge right now. And I was just in Kyiv for a few days, and actually what was interesting was there were a lot of Europeans there, and some of the Europeans, especially the Balts, were actually felt that the IMF program was too soft. And they were encouraging the IMF to be tougher in its demands and would like the Ukrainians to really make that energy adaptation more dramatically. I mean, the problem for Ukraine, and the reality is, on the energy front, they're not going to have that much choice. Energy prices are going to rise quite dramatically. And I agree with you that that will be a huge political challenge. The issue is going to be, I think, whether two issues. One, are the Ukrainians going to be able to, the new Ukrainian leadership, and I think we'll really only know after the parliamentary elections on October 26th, are they going to be able to use this crisis to implement the long overdue structural reforms? There's still a lot of corruption, and it's institutional corruption. They have 88 regulatory agencies, and you may think, why would you have 88 regulatory agencies? And that's because each one of those 88 has people in it who have to be paid a bribe. So there's an institutional reason for it to exist, and there's actually, you know, a clear, not too complicated path intellectually, like get rid of them, you know, go down to the economy minister who has resigned because he found it too hard and is now going to run in the parliamentary election, said he thinks they only need 10. But it's really, you know, that's easy for us to say, very hard to fight your way through from 88 to 10. So, you know, one question is, will the Ukrainians actually do the things that depend on them to structurally reform their economy? I think some of the challenges Greece faces right now are comparable, and you know the pluses and you know the difficulties. And then second question is, will the West give Ukraine some transitional support to help make that change? And those things are connected. There were a lot of people from the State Department in Ukraine at this conference, and one of the things that they said is, look, we like you guys. We think it is a genuine democracy revolution. We think the new leadership is great, but you've done this twice before, and we tried to help, and it didn't really work. So we would really like some assurances, some evidence that you're actually able to carry through the reforms.
Thank you. I think there was a...
Thank you. I am Margus Rava, ambassador of Estonia here in Greece. And I would also like to ask about economics and the leadership of Russian Federation. And my question is to Mr. Trenin. You said that the strategy of the leadership of the Russian Federation is to genuinely win the hearts of the bulk of the population. And one of the theories that is out there, and hopefully I'm not oversimplifying it, is that President Putin has become very popular thanks to waging war and grabbing land. This has economic cost, unfortunately, for Ukraine, somewhat also for economic partners of Russian Federation, but one day perhaps also to Russian Federation and its population. So my question is, what is the role of economics and economic thinking in the strategy of the leadership of Russian Federation, in your opinion? Thank you.
Can I? Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I think most Russians support Mr. Putin not because he is enlarging the territory of the Russian Federation, but because, in their opinion, he is doing the right thing. And they believe that, in particular, in the situation that was created in February this year, doing what Putin did in Crimea was the just thing. Maybe illegal in terms of the Ukrainian law, but legitimate in terms of both the aspirations of the vast majority of the people living in Crimea, and in terms of the national security interests or national interests of the Russian Federation. That, I think, explains the huge upsurge in Putin's popularity. And that he also had the guts to do that. And this is what the Russian people appreciate in leaders. Putin was crossing his Rubicon when he went all the way to incorporate Crimea into the Russian Federation. It was like, you know, he crossed his first Rubicon on the Terek River in 1991, when he went into Chechnya proper, into the mountainous Chechnya, with the Russian military, against the advice of almost the entire elite in Russia. And he won then. He made that decision, I think, single-handedly, virtually, and he has to live with that. The Russian people, there's one thing about them, but they're not bean counters. If they think that the thing is right to do, then they will not be counting rubles and dollars in their pockets. If it's the right thing, let's go for it. And they still think that doing what Putin did was the right thing to do. So they hear about the costs, they look at the figures, this is being discussed, and yet there have been very few protests. And the protests that have surfaced have come so far from the predictable sources. Now, the role of the economy and all that, I think that the Russian people realize that things are getting worse economically for them, not just as a result of the sanctions, but also as a result of a crisis in the Russian economic model. And that predates the situation in Crimea. And that predates the crisis in Ukraine. And now the Russian government and Mr. Putin, first of all, have to face a challenge that they have not faced for a long time. And that is to turn the economy around, to use these sanctions to come up with a new functioning economic model for Russia that will focus less on pumping oil and gas and selling it to Europe, that will turn Russia back into a manufacturing country. Enormously difficult and impossible without a fundamental change in the political economy of the country and to an important degree in the way that the country is governed. So this is, I think that Mr. Putin and others would see themselves as being challenged as almost never before, at least in the last 10 years. Whether they rise to that challenge, we'll see.
Thank you. I'm sure you find that answer very reassuring for Estonia. We are beginning to run out of time. Professor, please.
The question is addressed to Mr. Kostandaras. It's about populism. Populism is certainly widespread. It's on the same kind of line of democracy in the sense that it tries to bring into the system more people, as many people as it can. By doing so, it addresses the lower denominators. And once the lower denominators are empowered, they can become dangerous for the future democracy. Why? Because the lower denominator doesn't believe in merit. It's against meritocracy, and this is really what populism, I think, is about. And this Golden Dawn phenomenon is really about a form of populism, as was Nazism and to a certain degree fascism. So where Aristotle said that when the mob takes over, democracy is more or less finished, and we're heading towards an authoritarian regime under some charismatic leader who addresses the mob. My question is, what are the chances of democracy in Europe where the merits, let's say, of the leadership of our European leaders is declining steadily? We don't have the kind of the leadership of the past, the Adenauers and the Schumans and the even Macmillans. So my question is, this fine line between populism and democracy, how can it be handled at a time when there is more and more demand for enfranchisement of the peoples, so to speak? And this is a problem for the United States. It has always been, in a sense, because the founding fathers were a very bright group of people who, however, addressed the little man, Jefferson, the little farmer, let's say, as the epitome of the system, as the person that really makes the system work. Of course, they were fighting against the crown and the aristocracy of the Brits, but somewhere they went overboard. So my question is, how does one handle this? Thank you.
I don't think that anyone can handle it with any ideas or easy decisions. I think it's a great matter of misfortune, bad luck that we have such bad leadership at this time, right across Europe. I think that's part of the phenomenon here. that nobody can really stand up and say one sentence, one paragraph that inspires people about the common project. It's all about them and all about their own interests as a country. But I can't see how you get good leaders. There's no formula for that. It just has to happen. But the issue of who defines the political unit, you're right about that. I mean, is it the middle class voter? Is it the poor person? Is it the people who are going to be the great proletariat from now on? Or is it the very wealthy? All of that is playing up all the time. But I think it's also because there isn't an existential threat yet to the system as a whole. The systems work in a way, and they work under populism too, when they have a state that has credible institutions in place. The law is there, for example. That plays a huge role, and that's something that we didn't have in the first days of democracy, where the populists could take control and change everything. We now have institutions that run even when we're not having elections. So there is a kind of safety net, but I do believe that it's a very dangerous time, very, very dangerous time, because there isn't the sense of an idea running us.
Thank you, Nikos. We're running out of time, and I will ask, that sounded to me also like a closing thought, so I may ask the other two panelists to also perhaps give a last closing thought. Go ahead, Christine.
Yeah, so my closing thought will be in response to this exchange, and also it's kind of like we now seem to have this truth universally acknowledged that today's democratic leaders are short-sighted, self-interested pygmies. And what I would say to that, and look, I'm an elected politician now, so you might expect it, but look, I think it's Talleyrand who said no man is a hero to his valet. And I think we could adapt that to say no politician can be a hero in a true wired democracy. The scrutiny is just too great, and the scrutiny is fantastic. I wouldn't say anything against it, but it's so easy to see heroism in past democratic leaders, and frankly to see heroism in authoritarian leaders. They don't have to deal with a pesky press. They don't have to deal with elections. They can operate on great 10, 15, 20-year time horizons. Well, you know what? That's not how we work, and thank goodness. Thank goodness that we have to have our democratic leaders be subject to a critical press and population and to the test of the ballot box. But I think if we want our democracies to function, we as citizens have to be a little bit more mature in how we assess them. And if we demand of democratically elected leaders in a 21st century, incredibly wired, incredibly therefore capable of transparency and criticism society, the kind of heroic image that an authoritarian leader is able to demonstrate, and maybe even that in earlier times you could create for yourselves, then we're going to fail.
Thank you. Dimitri.
Well, thank you. I must confess that I was a little bit I felt a little bit uneasy about the title of this session. Coming from where I'm coming from, I didn't see democracy being under pressure. To me, pressure is always something coming from the outside. But I see very much democracy facing the challenge that Christia so brilliantly outlined. It's about essentially delivering economic goods to the middle class, which is the bedrock of democracy. I do not see the China model as a threat the way the Soviet model was. The Soviet model was universalistic. It was seeking to offer itself or impose itself on others. I don't see that in the Chinese model. It may be attractive to a range of countries, and this is something to think about, why the Chinese model is attractive. If you take if you draw the right lesson from that, that could eventually make democratic models in the West more effective. And lastly, I think that this fretting about democracy making time, in terms of progress of democracy, the march of democracy making time, and even retreating somewhere, is, I think, it's misguided. It is based on the assumption, which I think is wrong, that the model of democracy, which could be summarized as liberal democracy, is something that is ready for the rest of the world to embrace. But for a couple of dictators, but for a couple of... I think we need to recognize that the world is diverse, and there'll be diverse models of governance around the world. Some of them will be more liberal and more democratic. Some of them will be more illiberal. Some of them may be authoritarian for a period of time. But I think that this is what caused, in the old days, the collapse of the Soviet view of themselves. When the idea that socialism, the way it was presented in the Soviet Union, being built on quote-unquote scientific foundations laid down by Marx and Engels, was ready to be used by everyone around this world. And when this was not happening, people started having doubts, not only about the march of democracy somewhere outside of the perimeter, but about the validity of the system within the perimeter. So I don't think that people should be counting, as people did in the Soviet Union, counting countries that accede to democracy and hoping that in the next 5-year period, as they used to count in the Soviet Union, so many more countries will join. I think that's the wrong prism to look at the world through. Excellent. Nikos, do you have thoughts to share?
I'm quite happy, thank you.
Yeah. Well, we've introduced, I think, all the themes that we will be continuing with through the day. Certainly we've talked about the economic challenge, we've talked about the media. These will be the next two panels. I think this has been an excellent introduction and some excellent ideas, and thank you for members of the audience who shared your questions and comments. What remains is to thank this panel and to wish you a wonderful continuation of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Serge. Thank you, Dimitri, Christian, and Nikos for a thought-provoking conversation. As Serge said, we certainly have some thought starters for the next two panels. And I found the last exchange very interesting on leadership. Hopefully Alison Smale and her panel will touch on what President Danilo Turk and myself were talking about last night on how the digital revolution needs to change the way political leadership is leading us. And the whole issue of the existence of global capital, Liz Alderman in the next panel, I hope, will touch on that. But before that, let's break for 15 minutes, coffee, a lot to discuss. 15 minutes may not be enough, but we've got a lot to get through. So we'll see you back here. It's just at the back of the room, so we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Could you take a photo of us listening to the train? Your official photography.
This is the challenge to democracy right here.
Now it's working.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, if democracy means that Parliament operates normally, laws are passed and election results represent the will of the people, then democracy in the European countries has functioned smoothly in spite of the crisis.
Mr. Prime Minister, if I could just briefly interrupt your speech, I just want to introduce you first, if I may. That's all right. We're very much looking forward to hearing what you have to say. It's great that you're used to taking the lead. We very much appreciate that. Let me, if I could, actually introduce our panel, and thank you all very much for coming. As Serge mentioned, and you heard our panelists earlier this morning discuss, democracy is under pressure now more than ever before, particularly in Western Europe, in the wake of the very significant economic crises that have beset the continent over the last several years. Our panel is going to set about trying to focus today specifically on how economic turmoil subverts democracy. And here Greece and the European Union are obvious cases in point. Again, amid the massive economic crisis that we have seen in Europe and the United States, democracy seems to have lost its momentum. It has revealed fundamental weaknesses in Western political systems. The crisis has also weakened entitlement and social welfare systems across Europe, and it has also left huge debts that threaten a return to well-being for current and future generations. Austerity has not responded very well to society's needs either. To the contrary, as Mr. Venizelos pointed out this morning, as pressure from unemployment, declining standards of living, and an erosion of the European social model have accelerated amid a focus on fiscal imperatives, people have become disillusioned with their political systems, and that has pushed some governments toward a crisis of legitimacy. Citizens feel helpless also as bankers appeared to get away with little punishment. In the meantime, institutions were challenged. As we heard earlier this morning, financial markets appeared to hold governments hostage, cornering some leaders into hasty decisions that have impacted society. Markets also affected democracy in unexpected ways in Europe. For example, in Italy, at the height of the euro crisis, we saw the democratically elected prime minister replaced with a technocratic leadership. Certainly, as we heard this morning as well, the social turmoil that has arisen from Europe's long-running debt crisis has created fertile ground in the European Union for populist parties, whether the National Front in France, where I am based, the Party for Freedom in the Netherlands, Golden Dawn here in Greece, and, as we saw last night in Sweden, big gains there for the far right. All of these parties give voice to a frustration within societies that current political leadership seems to be failing them. In the United States, by contrast, economic turmoil has not given rise to extreme forces, but shortly after the crisis, the Tea Party there has had sharp influence on the economic and social debate. In the United States, we have also seen financial institutions rise in influence once again, and a further polarization of society between the wealthy and the poor, with the middle class eroding, similar to what we are seeing in Europe. All the while, as we heard earlier today as well, China has continued to expand its economic might during the crisis in the West, and in the coming decades could challenge the West as never before, with further implications for the West's economies, societies, and politics. So amid the large number of economic crises we are seeing, the question that we want our panel to address today is whether democracy is in fact delivering as it should, and can democracy deliver as it should amid these crises. And we are very pleased to have an expert panel to address this, starting with a man who needs no introduction, Kostas Simitis, the former Prime Minister of Greece. We are also lucky to have Eleni Kounalakis-Tsakopoulos, who's the former American ambassador to Hungary, and a very interesting situation in Hungary that has teachable lessons for the rest of Europe that she will be able to shed light on for us. Vuk Jeremic, who's the former president of the United Nations General Assembly, and currently the president of the Center for International Relations and Sustainable Development. And another woman who needs no introduction, but I will introduce her anyway, Dora Bakoyannis, who's the former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Greece, and many other things here. I mean, Mr. Simitis, since you took the lead, let me hand the floor back over to you, if I may, and just ask you to address the extent to which in your view, the economic crisis that we have seen in Europe has been linked to how much it is linked to a sort of wider political failure of European states and the European Union to deal with serious problems.
Thank you. Second time the best. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, if democracy means that Parliament operates normally, laws are passed and election results represent the will of the people, then democracy in European countries has functioned smoothly in spite of the crisis. But if democracy means decent standard of living for all, and the potential and opportunities for a better life and social justice, then the economic crisis has undoubtedly had a negative impact on democracy. The evidence is apparent in the unprecedented number of unemployed in Greece and Spain and in other countries. The economic crisis is linked to the wider political failure of the European states and the European Union to deal with serious problems such as regional inequalities with the Union, the absence of economic governance for the Eurozone, the issue of immigration, and the lack of control over capital movement in globalized markets. The European leaders defer actions, avoid clear-cut decisions, and insist on the institutional setup, though it is not adapted anymore to the new European reality. The economic and political crisis in both the European Union and the member states interconnect, intertwine, and interact. An example of the connection between the political and economic crisis in Greece was the huge amount of resources squandered on serving party interests and awarding jobs to party supporters. It was the main cause of the derailment. A major cause of the crisis in the Eurozone was the political reluctance of the member states and the Central European Bank to exercise effective control over banks. The crisis, in its various forms, is a consequence of a major social and economic change, of globalization, the shrinking power of the nation-state, the introduction of new technologies, and the need of society and its institutions to adapt to new circumstances. Tackling this issue demands new modes of operation for society, the redistribution of funds, structural changes, and new forms of social policy. But changes spark social unrest and have encountered a wave of opposition that comes from diverse groups in society and encompasses many different, mutually incompatible opinions and aims. In a predominantly middle-class society, where class differences are no longer acute, the major political parties are inclusive. They represent diverse social groups with different and opposing views. Consequently, the party discourse is generic, abstract, and as non-specific as possible. Parties plan only for the short term. Any changes they announce on major issues are limited to a few interventions. Therefore, when parties assume power, they address the problems of the day and postpone any substantive solutions. Such a behavior has a negative impact on democracy. It is the cause of the economic and social crisis. The growing strength of parties like the Greek neo-fascist party Golden Dawn that challenge the existing democratic system is a result of the populist tactics and the continuous exaggeration employed by the traditional parties. Resentment rises in the absence of noticeable successes and of the courage to speak plainly. A fundamental change on a European level is necessary. A proper economic governance structure should be established. The euro area countries have to decide on policy moves and constitutional reforms that will permit them to tackle the crisis and the democratic deficit of the Union. As far as Greece is concerned, needed is a policy for development, employment, incomes, the environment, and the everyday life of the people. Policy which does not offer generalities and soothing assurances, but which presents specific, economically feasible measures with social sensitivity and with an evaluation of their consequences and overall contribution to growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eleni, you were the American ambassador to Hungary appointed by President Obama during a very pivotal moment in that country's history, and a moment that actually would seem to hold teachable lessons for other European countries. Tell us what your view is based on your experience there.
Well, first of all, let me just say, Liz, what an incredible honor it is to be here, and especially among this very distinguished panel. I'm a Greek American, and my life in the United States was very, in part, devoted to the question of democracy and Hellenism. My husband and I founded 2 chairs in Hellenism at Georgetown and at Stanford. But I did not expect in 2010, when I arrived in Hungary, that advocating for democracy, talking about democracy, engaging on this issue was going to be part of my job. And I think that it is clear that the economic crisis of 2008 that hit Hungary led to a series of events that made it necessary for me to engage in this way. Before I go back to 2010, what I thought would be useful is just to quote Prime Minister Viktor Orban from a speech that he just gave in July, because I want to be clear that this is not, I don't think, a subjective analysis of where the Prime Minister is coming from in his political philosophy, but what he is plainly stating for all to hear. He says this: a trending topic in thinking is understanding systems that are not Western, not liberal democracies, maybe not even democracies, and yet are making nations successful. Today, the stars of international analysis are Singapore, China, India, Turkey, and Russia. We, he goes on to say, are searching for, and we are doing our best to find, parting ways with Western European dogmas, making ourselves independent from them. And then he goes on to say that he is looking for new ways to govern that are capable of making us competitive in this great world race. So I really believe that these words stand for themselves, and of course they echo what we talked about in the last panel, the China model, and also called the Beijing Consensus. So now going back to the elections in 2010, because you've asked us to talk kind of specifically about economic downturns and democracy, the crisis was largely believed by the Hungarian people to be the responsibility and the fault of the socialist government. And so Viktor Orban and the Fidesz KDNP Christian coalition came into power with a 2/3 supermajority. In the first 4 years, in their first term, they adopted a new constitution and 700 new or amended laws, essentially rewriting the legal infrastructure of the country and how institutions were run. This prompted the United States along the way to raise concerns over the impact of these reforms and the process on Hungarian democracy. But also along the way, they were addressing this question of Hungarian economy, the Hungarian economy, and in particular, the way that the Hungarian people were able to survive in this dire economic downturn. Viktor Orban and his supermajority passed legislation that rewrote the Forex loans, the foreign exchange loans, which created immediate relief to the Hungarian borrowers, of which there were many who had these Forex loans. And then they also went in, bought out one of the major gas delivery companies and slashed gas prices to the people. So in 2014, again, going back to this question of the elections, the effect on elections, Viktor Orban's 2/3 majority was voted back into power by the Hungarian people, again with a 2/3 majority. So this is in spite of the fact that there was widespread concern over the direction of Hungarian democracy, and even by his own admission, the Prime Minister is saying that he's looking to different models for economic success in the country. Now, I do not believe that all is lost in Hungary. I really do believe that it's important to say that. I was there for long enough to see that Hungarian people are freedom-loving people, but I do think that there is cause for concern. I also would be remiss, since so far I'm the only panelist from the United States, to just say a few words about what's happened in the United States with our Great Recession, the greatest economic downturn in the United States since the recession, the Great Depression in 1929. You know, we recognize very well that there are some significant issues of concern, certainly the degree to which our middle class has been negatively affected by this downturn, and that even in the recovery, they are not benefiting as much as, you know, for instance, the stock market has come back, but the average American is not benefiting directly from that. But I believe, and I think many first-generation Americans hold this view, in the ability of the United States to stand up to meet its challenges. And my sense is that the upcoming elections in 2016, the question of income inequality is going to be very much front and center. And I'll also note that even in the last 4 years, as our country has grappled with the challenges of our recession, we've seen some important changes. I think the healthcare law that we adopted after decades of people working toward universal health care in our country is a very, very important thing to note. And I also think that it's important to recognize that still around the world, entrepreneurs who have the opportunity to start their business in the United States will still more than likely prefer to be there than anywhere else because of our system of rule of law, because of the fact that businesses have transparency, they don't have some of the problems that plague newer democracies with corruption and unpredictability. So we still have some tools in our toolbox and elements of our country. But it's been said, and I really liked what one of the previous speakers, Christopher Freeland, said, that we should be thinking of democracy not as a noun, but as a verb. And I think that's very astute of her to say, because it is. You know, we cannot take democracy for granted. It is government of the people, by the people, for the people. The people have to be involved and have to work vigilantly in order to ensure that, in fact, it does deliver for people and continues to be perceived in the world as it should be, as the best system to provide the most for the most number of people. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, that really is a central question, is how well is democracy delivering for people, and how are citizens seeing it deliver for them? Vuk, as the former president of the United Nations General Assembly, you also have a wider step-back view on the impact that economic crises would have had on democratic institutions. Why don't you give us your perspective on what's happening there?
Well, thank you, Elise. But first and foremost, I want to say that it's a great privilege to be with such a distinguished participants at the panel, and back in Greece, which is for many reasons like my second home, to talk about democracy in Athens on the Day of Democracy and International UN Day of Democracy. And I remember last year exactly 1 year ago, I was the president of the General Assembly and I was presiding over a special session in the UN discussing about democracy, and it was a remarkable experience because a lot of people were talking and they were saying very different things, and democracy indeed mean different thing to different societies and different people, and it was really a humbling experience. But we do definitely live in an era which is fraught with difficulty, economic, political, geopolitical difficulty. The world is indeed in flux, and it seems like a certain period that followed the end of the Cold War, which ended in '89. It's coming to an end. We still don't have a good name for this era, but it's definitely coming to an end. This is what most people believe. And as it is coming to an end, an increasing number of people are raising the question of is it really the democracy that we understood back at the end of the Cold War? Is it really going to be the system of the future? And some of the panelists addressed some of the public concerns, even by some world leaders raised in public about that. Our previous panel also discussed it very eloquently when it comes to certain countries. But what's definitely, I would say, at stake is whether democratic systems are going to show their resilience facing the deep economic crisis, probably the worst economic crisis that we've had since the late 20s of the last century. And in that sense, I am an optimist. I am somewhat biased. The way I entered into public service and exchanged my career in physics and math with the career in public service was actually to engage in a democratic revolution back home in Serbia. It was in order to overthrow an autocratic government and introduce democracy. And Christia in the previous panel did raise a very good question as to what comes after you introduce a democratic system or introduce a certain freedoms just following autocracy. And things can go terribly wrong. There are recent examples, especially in the Middle East, of things not going, let's say, as well as we would have all hoped following overthrow of certain dictatorial regimes. In our case in Serbia, it did go well. And it also went to the heart of a question raised a little earlier about, do you introduce the fringe parties? Do you introduce the, I'd say, repercussions of the economic crisis, like the extreme parties in some European countries? Do you introduce them into the system? Or do you introduce into the system perhaps the parties who you have just rooted out through, for example, a democratic revolution? Well, in case in Serbia, it did work out quite nicely. As a matter of fact, Serbia is now run by the parties who we have had to overthrow through a democratic revolution. They were involved in the system from the very beginning. And as the system was developing and maturing, these parties have gone through a transformation, and now these parties are leading the country on its way to the European membership. They are, as a matter of fact, doing a very good job right now. But the question is, really, when it comes to democracy and whether they are resilient to economic difficulties, to the realities of the economic crisis, is what exactly do you mean by democracy? And you're bound to have different answers in different countries, in different societies. It's definitely not only about holding elections, because elections may be held, but they may not be free, or even if they're free, they're not necessarily fair. And the way that they're conducted, there's also a huge debate about how they're to be conducted, ranging from the debates that we recently had in Hong Kong all the way to, let's say, the Middle East. So it's not only about the freedom to choose and to elect your leaders, it's much more about institutions, about issues related to equality or inequality mentioned again earlier this morning when guys here were debating Piketty. I think it's a very wide topic, but a very pertinent time to discuss it. And I would end on the note that all the crises, including the economic crisis that we're facing right now, are in today's world, in today's era, global in their nature. So I think one aspect that's also perhaps worth debating maybe later on is democracy in international government, in international governance, sorry. So talking about more democracy and more inclusion in international organizations, places like the United Nations, obviously, this is the place which I'm most familiar with, but also Bretton Woods institutions, and some of the ad hoc institutions that we've had in the last years, like the G20, and how they interact, involve, and work together with international organizations. This is also another thing which I believe is worth exploring. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your remarks. Actually provide a very interesting transition to Dora and what Dora has to say to us. You're going to be addressing the issue, hopefully, of what do you mean by democracy, especially in a crisis situation where people have been affected, where people have perhaps lost faith in institutions and governance as we've known it. Greece is a perfect example of another teachable lesson for the rest of Europe. So let us know what you...
Well, thank you, Liz. Thank you for your invitation. Dear friends, the fear that the economic crisis is contributing to the rise of extremist forces, slowly undermining both the legitimacy and the functioning of our political systems in given crisis-ridden countries, is unfortunately strong and sound. I will make just 5 points on the phenomenon. First, the 20th century is indeed the most frightful reminder of the fact that two large totalitarian regimes grew out of the humiliation of war, but above all, the unemployment and destitution of large sections of the population. Authoritarianism, in the form of military dictatorship, often occurs in countries with no major economic problems also, but with the non-legitimized political systems or feeble political institutions. But totalitarianism and the rise of extreme ideologies in a democratic society appears unfortunately only when the ground is fertile with vast economic discontent. This is my first point. My second point is that the more statist and clientelistic a system, the more fragile and erosive it becomes in times of crisis. And by clientelism, I do not only mean the distribution of personal favors to specific voters as individuals, that stands also. I mostly mean the state's propensity to borrow in order to buy over the sympathies of large sections of the population, either through state appointments or what huge transfers of economic benefits to various social groups. When the crisis erupts, such favors necessarily have to stop, and the anger of the favored classes mounts. The third point is that the more sharply divided, Prime Minister Simitis already mentioned that, the more sharply divided and historically loaded with bitterness against political rivals a system is, the more extreme this division grows in times of crisis. This favors a country's undemocratic forces. Why so? Because a crisis needs an explanation, and when the crisis is acute, many people are satisfied only with the harshest of explanations. The fault for the collapse is always blamed on one's historical enemy. Thus, in Greece, for example, the right accuses the left for having paralyzed society with its anti-business and trade unionist approach, while the left blames the right for blind servility to the creditors, and so on. And unfortunately, we are still going on in Greece today. It is a bitter exchange, and the result is that in the process, all parliamentary forces are mutually delegitimized in the eyes of the crisis-stricken people, and we know who profits. My fourth point is that when nationalism looms in the minds of the people, because of the system of education, historical experience, and the media, the nationalism aggravates tensions both inside the country and in its relations with other countries, particularly the creditors. That also greatly favors the political extremes. Nobody likes creditors, that's not news. But when this dislike becomes a blame game, a discharge of one's own responsibilities in the framework of conspiratorial theories cultivated by the media and by certain political forces, then no wonder that the ground is highly fertile for extreme political forces to profit and grow in importance. My fifth and last point is that exposure to or conflict with the other is also a main factor in aggravating these phenomena. Massive immigration into our countries, with all the social and economic consequences it entails, raises fear and suspicion, particularly to the least educated sections of the population. This part of the population, and not only, translate the accommodation with divergence and the tolerance of the democratic forces in a country as mere weakness or incompetence. They consequently turn their attention to the voice of those political forces who profess that they can deal decisively and radically with these issues. The situation is further aggravated when the immigrant countries or regions of provenance are perceived as cultural areas in conflict with the basic values of our civilization. Emigrants are then perceived not just as an internal inconvenience, but as a fifth column as well. See Sweden. The results in Sweden can just be explained by this fifth point. This all is butter in the bread of the political forces in the extremes of the political spectrum. These are 5 elementary points on the causes contributing to the rise of extremist forces in our society, ladies and gentlemen. And during the discussion list, we can elaborate on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dora. Actually, your remarks provide a great jumping off point for a question that it would be great to hear the entire panel address, and that is, how do you incorporate the populist parties that have arisen recently as a result of severe economic crises in various countries? How do you incorporate them into the political system? Do you try to incorporate them into the mainstream, or does one try to keep them marginalized if they are considered extremist? In which case, how is that possible in a democracy? The fundamental point being that they have all arisen from discontent with economic situation, which has led to problems in social situation, as well as immigration policies. Mr. Prime Minister, would you like to start? And then I would love to hear all of you.
There are different phenomena. There are different phenomena. You cannot compare the party of Mrs. Le Pen in France with Golden Dawn in Greece. So, Mrs. Le Pen in France is a party widely accepted, working for over many years in trying to change the views prevailing in France and more nationalistic. But it is a party that functions in a democratic state and accepts democratic rules. So, Golden Dawn is not the same case. Golden Dawn is nationalistic, it professes violence, it tries to destroy democracy. So you have to have a different policy towards the two cases. In any case, in Greece, as far as Golden Dawn is concerned, if they try to change the system by applying other rules than the democratic rules, the state has to intervene, and it has intervened. In France, the same cannot happen. But I agree with Mrs. Barkoyani that education is very, very important. If in a country you have, as in Hungary, for example, this is also a reason of the developments in Hungary. If you have a very nationalistic speech, you always speak about the great past, what we were, how the others are small in comparison to us, that we can change the world, that we have the best solution, then to help all these people that are populistic, nationalistic, and create a non-democratic system. So there are several levels where you have to combat the extreme right, the nationalistic right, the right that, or the left, it can be also the left, that is totalitarian. But a principle is, in a democracy, we must apply democratic rules. Then with this, in this way, we will make people to accept democracy and work for democracy.
Well, I completely agree with Mr. Simitis. You mentioned earlier the Tea Party example in the United States. So let me just say, whereas I think that these groups are all different in what they advocate, in the case of the Tea Party, they emerged on the scene playing into this issue of discontent in the United States, economic discontent. And the way that we in the United States address radical points of view, which you may or may not agree, the Tea Party is a radical point of view, but the way that we deal with it is through open, rigorous, plural debate, where you bring it into the public square, the agora, and you hash it out, and you allow people to formulate their own opinions, and what the hope is that, reason will prevail. And you see, in some cases now, Tea Party candidates that are out of favor, especially if they advocate for government not engaging to solve the problems, but rather being obstructionist. In the situation in Hungary, as Mr. Simitis has already raised, they have experienced a very sharp rise in the far right with the Jobbik Party. And we have been advocating, the United States advocated when I was there, and I know that it's still the case, for the same thing. Open debate and dialogue, that whether it's the government or civil society groups, that they stand up and they take on the political philosophy of the Jobbik Party, which the United States, for one, did not consider to be a democratic party. It is only through those open dialogues and debates where someone stands up and starts to express odious speech, hatred against minority groups, that rather than coming up with laws to make them stop talking, you call upon those in society who recognize that this is not a good approach and that it's not what they want in their community, that they want to have a pluralistic, open, tolerant society, to stand up and debate with them in order to be able to minimize those voices in the public forum. So it is, in our view in the United States, it's always the best approach. But as we all know, in any circumstance, when people are hurting economically, they look for someone to blame. They look for scapegoats. They're dissatisfied, discontent, and that often brings up the blame game and focusing on either individuals or groups and laying the blame rather than looking for solutions.
Thanks. Really, for me, it's difficult not to go back to the example of Serbia, because we've really gone through this situation, and we've been going through the situation in the past 10 years. And if I remember last time when I was here in this building, Dora was organizing a dinner for OSCE Ministers of Foreign Affairs as a Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia. And the guys who are taking over the presidency of the OSCE next year, Serbia is going to be the chairman in office of the OSCE. At a time we're considered somewhat of pariahs in international community, having been associated with the previous regime that we had to end up working very hard to overthrow. But the early stage in Serbian democratic development involved this kind of cutting out certain segments of society. And it ended terribly wrong. It ended with an assassination of the prime minister. And then later on, I think that the attitude changed and we started having an inclusive attitude, much in a way that Madam Ambassador was describing. And it ended up transforming the political spectrum, including the political parties that at the time were not acceptable or not very easy to work with or even acknowledge as legitimate political forces in society. So I'm very much in support of what you were saying, that inclusion, but like through an open, rigorous, plural, and very, let's say, in line with the letter of law debate, is the way to push things forward. But then again, saying what I said before, it doesn't work everywhere. It worked in Serbia. It definitely works in the United States, but the United States is one of the longest standing uninterrupted democracies in the world. I'm not sure that everybody would agree with this, for example, in the Middle East, or when we had an attempt to include everybody in, say, Gaza in a democratic debate, and it did not end up with an intended result. I think that the jury is still out on what's going on in Egypt and the Muslim Brotherhood's participation in the future democratic polity of Egypt. But it's definitely a different world, and different rules and different contexts need to be taken into account. But here in Europe, which is where we're sitting and what we're discussing, given the results of the recent elections, I don't know, in Sweden or in Greece and so on and so forth, I'd go for inclusion, but with a strict application of law. I believe somebody said earlier on that use the law against them, use the rules against them, because democracy, in the end of the day, at least in my understanding, is about the rules and the laws, and this is the very big strength of a democracy as a system of governance, and I think it ought to be applied in this case for sure.
And Dora, that's a particularly tricky question here in Greece.
It is a tricky question, and I think I'm going to say something which is against the majority's views. Look, the first rule in a democracy is that you cannot deny democracy because you want to achieve something. This is the first rule. So you have to stick to your democratic rules. And you are right, Vuk, rules and laws, because that's what democracy is about. So if you deny yourself by trying to fight an extremist group, it can become very dangerous. The second rule is that in a democracy, the penalty is for the acts, for criminal acts, and not for ideas. So this must also be clear. And the third point is that we feel that we are very strong in our argumentation, and that they are wrong, and that we have much more arguments than they have. Now, we rightly in Greece penalized the acts of Golden Dawn. And we were absolutely right about that, because they acted in a criminal way, either towards immigrants, very often, and we were very late there, or even towards people who have different ideas than them. But as always, unfortunately, in my country, this is the only country where we had to invent pan metron ariston for the very simple reason that we always overcome ourselves. We went also to the other side, and we don't discuss with them. And we don't have the debate and the dialogue, which is, in my opinion, also, Eleni, absolutely necessary. And this was, in my opinion, a mistake. We should bring them up on television, talk to them, debate with them, show that they don't have arguments, that they are naked. But because we don't debate them, they are somewhere at the corner of the political spectrum. Everybody believes that whatever he thinks, Golden Dawn believes it also, you know, whatever he wants, because they are never on television. The result is that they are here, even with 10 MPs in prison, they are here, and they have practically 8, 9, I don't know, 10% of the people, which means that we have, in my opinion, to change the way we are dealing with them. We have to be adamant on criminal acts, and on the political side, bring them up, debate them, and show that they have practically zero argumentation. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the phenomenon that has fueled the popularity of parties like Golden Dawn or even the Front National in France has been the policy of austerity that the European countries were compelled to adopt during the height of the euro crisis. And, you know, as we mentioned earlier, this was an extraordinary period in which this phenomenon called the financial markets proved to be an incredibly powerful force, one that, as it turns out, challenged democracy because they forced a number of countries to take decisions in hasty and, some would argue, non-democratic ways. Now we're seeing a Europe-wide backlash against austerity policies that have been pushed, especially by Brussels and by Mrs. Merkel in Germany. And while nobody would argue that countries should be allowed to kind of get away without fixing their financial balance sheets in the wake of this disastrous crisis, everybody has seen what the impact, the social impact has been and the political impact. Mr. Simitis, maybe I could ask you, is it right actually for there to be a backlash occurring against austerity policies? And if so, what economic growth models are any of these countries going to have for the future? A growth model that will basically put societies back on the right track, lower unemployment, and try, hopefully not get us to this scenario of the lost decade that a lot of people are talking about, because if you think about it, we're already almost halfway to a lost economic decade.
As I said in my introduction, there are two problems. The first problem concerns the nation state, and the second, the European Union. I must stress that in many states, in Greece also, people are thinking that we have the possibilities we had 30, 40 years ago, or even 20 years ago. The nation state is autonomous. Reality is that the nation state is not anymore autonomous, and is not autonomous in the European Union. What happens outside Greece, in the world, globalization, what China does, the United States plays an important role also for Greece, and surely the decisions of the European Union that have been agreed by all member states play a much more important role than the national laws, rules. So, if there is a crisis, you have to work on both levels, European level and national level. Coming to the European level, I didn't mention, but it is necessary to know that there is a democratic deficit. Why a deficit? Because in all member states, and according to democracy, the citizens decide on policies. In the European Union, the citizens do not decide on policies directly. They decide through governments, through different organizations that the European Union has created. And there is a big discussion about it, but the prevailing opinion for those who say that there is a democratic deficit, and I can mention several proposals that have been made up to now, is that the structure must be changed.
Well, to what extent has austerity contributed to this democratic deficit, and how can
austerity, yes, I come. Sorry. There must be a European Parliament for the Eurozone with members of all parliaments of the countries of the Eurozone, and this Parliament, represented by parliamentarians of the Eurozone, will have to decide on the budget, to decide on austerity policies, and whatever policy has to be applied. That's a way to overcome the democratic deficit. I can't say it's right or not. I think it's right. But in any case, a discussion is needed, and discussion has not taken place. Now, austerity policies. But austerity policies is not only a problem for some countries, it's also a problem of having another outlook or another aim for the policy of the Union. You don't go only for stability, you must also try growth. Maybe you remember that when Mr. Delors was president of the Commission, Mr. Delors suggested a vast program of changes in infrastructure of the European Union in order to help growth. When Mr. Delors went, and there were the new presidents, Mr. Barroso, for example, said, no more changes. We had enough changes. That's wrong. There must be a continually change, and a continually change in order to have growth in the European Union. You know all the Greek problem, the discussions about the Greek problem. The Greek government says we have done the necessary austerity, we have not a big deficit or no deficit at all, and so on. But that's a part of the problem, because if you have not a deficit or a minimum of a deficit, you have not solved the problem. The problem is growth. How can you have more production? It's necessary to have more production. And this is not only a question of one country. Why? Greece, in 2000, if I remember, 2004, had a deficit in external trade for over 14% of the national product. Germany had a plus of 5 or 6%. And that is the great inadequacy, the reason for the crisis. The southern countries do not export or do not produce so much as the northern countries, and the solution must be found. For example, and they said you have to have an economic governance in the European Union. That's out of the question. But it is possible also to have a European tax. It was suggested, for example, by a group of French and German economists, because there are different taxes on corporations. In Greece, we have a tax of 36%, of 36, I think. This means that you cannot invest in Greece. You go and invest there where the tax is 15%. So there must be a corporate tax for all the members of the Eurozone that's the same. And then on this corporate tax have also an addition for the union.
Let me interrupt you there, if I may, and maybe you could continue during the question and answer session because we're running a little bit short on time, and I want to open up to the audience questions for you
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
But you ask me subjects that are very
yes.
So they say a tax of 25%, 5% for the union, 20% for the country, and so we can work for growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I open it to the audience for questions, and if you could please raise your hand so I can identify you ahead of time, I would love to ask Eleni just very quickly, from where you're sitting on the other side of the Atlantic, what is the perception of when Europe will turn around from the economic crisis that we are undergoing right now, and with the rise of populist forces that we have seen, how much of an alarm bell does that set off in the United States?
Well, there are a lot of alarm bells ringing in the United States about events happening around the world, but what's absolutely critical is that Europe is strong. Europe and the United States are our first. This is where we start, where we look for partners in dealing with the enormous challenges of the 21st century. And Europe must be economically strong and sound with its democracies producing for people, as we've said. So it's very, very important. Now, we all know in the United States, we have had the ability to deal with our economic crisis with stimulus. And it has been, by all accounts, with its challenges, the right thing for us. Our unemployment rates have dropped. Our economies in pockets are coming back. In some pockets, they're raging. I live in San Francisco near Silicon Valley. And I think the way that we look at the situation in Europe is enough. There have got to be growth policies in Europe in order to assure people that the pain that they are going through with the austerity, with the rewriting of so many of the budgets, is going to lead in the right direction for them. It's going to pay off. So I think it's absolutely clear, whether the official line from the United States or from for those of us who recognize the importance of a strong Europe, that growth policies are absolutely essential.
Absolutely. Great. If we could open it up to the audience for questions. I'm sure there are some. I see a number of hands up. Let me call on this gentleman in the back. If you could identify yourself and also identify the person to whom you would like to ask the question. And please, if you could keep it to questions rather than statements.
I would not like to address someone particularly, but simply ask the following question. How do you see the issue of the loss, what I call the loss of dual legitimacy? I will immediately explain. In Europe, we face the double phenomenon that we have lost to some extent our legitimacy vis-à-vis the nation state because its powers have been transferred to a central authority, which is the EU. And at the same time, as the EU is perceived as not being able to face the crisis in the member states, there is also a loss of legitimacy at that level as well. So you have in Europe a phenomenon of the loss of dual legitimacy loss. Member state, and this is one of the main reasons, in my view, why the extreme right or extremist forces in given countries rise. Add to that also the fact that Europe is perceived as weak at the international stage. This is crucial also. So I would like to hear the view whether this loss of legitimacy, as I have already called it, does, in your view, play a role.
Vuk, would you like to answer that?
Well, like Madam Ambassador, I'm not coming from an EU state, but I mean I come from a country that's very close to Europe, and as someone who's looking into the European Union and you know, being part of a society that aspires to join the European Union despite this problem. And despite some of the things that the Prime Minister did raise, I think it's on balance. There is a smooth functioning in a democratic sense. We're not really having a direct democracy in Europe. It's not the Athenian direct democracy, but I think it is a system that relatively well represents, through governments that are elected at the national level, represents the views of the European citizens. But it's definitely this big question: austerity versus growth, and I'm not really as competent as the Prime Minister for sure here to discuss it. I mean, I come from a political family, from the political spectrum that believes in stimulus more than in austerity, and I can tell you that the vast majority of my European friends who I talk with, regardless of whether they come from right or left, are in that boat. But it does require a democratic debate inside European institutions, and we're going back to democracy and back to institutions. I'm in favor of growth and stimuli, but there are some people who are increasingly influential in the European Union who don't really believe in the same thing.
Dora, add your voice.
May I come back also a little bit to your first question about austerity and the German approach? I believe that a change is taking place in Europe. And I think that more and more governments realize that we have, okay, with the stability, as Prime Minister Simitis said, but now our issue is growth. So this change will be articulated, I believe, in the new commission, which will take over now. So it won't be like yesterday, and it won't be business as usual. We will see it, and I think we will see it clearly. We will not forget completely the stability, but growth will be our main issue. And on the legitimacy, yes, we lost part of our legitimacy as countries and as European Union. But I think the main reason is because inside we took democracy for granted, and we also took Europe for granted. Well, both of them are not for granted. Democracy is a flower which has to be arrosed every day, and Europe is an ongoing battle. It's a great achievement. It's just 50 years old. It was impossible to think of it a few years ago. It's a great achievement, but we have to work on. And I must say, Mrs. Simitis, I like the idea about a parliament of the Eurozone. It would be a very interesting parliament. I don't know how much it will cost the European Union, but it would be a very interesting parliament, and it would deal partly with the question of the democratic deficit.
And one would probably have to get over a number of political hurdles to actually see that institution being formed.
Well, you know, parliamentarians are not very well liked in the European Union because they always create problems. But fortunately for us, we are necessary for the functioning of democracy.
We have several questions, so I see a couple of people in the back. Madame, if you could ask your question quickly, and then we'll move on to a couple of others.
Esther Sándorfi, I'm the ambassador of Hungary, and actually it's interesting. Let me quote my Prime Minister, who once said that when he was asked about a membership to the EU, and he said, you know, if you don't sit around the table, you quickly find yourself on the menu. And now I feel a little bit on the same way. You know, I'm not sitting around the table there, and as the representative of my country, I quickly find myself on the menu. So, I mean, so let me just comment, because Hungary was several times mentioned.
If you could ask a question rather than comment.
But first just a comment. I mean, the Ambassador Kuneleki referred to Prime Minister Orban's speech. I would just like to add another phrase from the speech which was not mentioned, namely, Hungary respects the values of Christianity, freedom and human rights, and does not reject the fundamental principles of liberalism such as freedom. This part is never quoted ever. The other thing also with the rule of law, that Hungary is the only country in the European Union whose constitution and legal system was scrutinized from the top to the bottom, and it was totally screened. And we had lots of very good discussion in the relevant bodies, also in the Council of Europe. We solved the majority of the problems. So that's to the legislation. I mean, we discussed a lot for the economy in the first panel. It's also true that it's necessary to think out of the box, and maybe we should just break up with this dogmatic approach that neoliberalism is the one and only way. I mean, the founding fathers of the European Union based on the Christian Democrat values, and we also incorporated a lot of the values of social democracy. Maybe we should listen a little bit more and look back to the founding fathers of the European Union. And now I would like to ask two questions. One, if the Prime Minister...
if we could, because we're running short on time. Thank you.
Well, it's difficult. So, Prime Minister Simitis, I mean, during your period of time, exsynchronismos, modernization was really a major philosophy with large public investments and labor reforms and infrastructure development. And that's what's actually happening now in Hungary, although it's officially it's not a socialist but a conservative government, but that's what happened in my country. I would like to hear your experiences when you look back to this period and evaluate that. I also wanted to ask something to Foreign Minister Bakoyanni. I don't know if I may put up the question.
We just have we're actually running over time on the panel,
just,
so if you could ask her the question afterwards, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, for the Council of Europe, but the role of the Council.
If you could give a very brief answer, Mr. Prime Minister, because I'd like to also, that's for you, Mr. Simitis, very briefly, and we have other questions back here before the next panel.
When I spoke, I said that when there is crisis, everybody says. When there is a crisis, everybody agrees to change, but implementing change is something very difficult because there are many interests, many structure of society, and you cannot realize what we want in a time of 4 or 6 or 8 years. Sometimes much more is needed. And I bring an example also, and I close. Perhaps you remember, if you know, that in 2001, my government proposed a change of social insurance. And the unions were against, the opposition was against, and people were against. There were big rallies in Athens that this should not be done. It was not done, but 10 years after, in 2011, 2012, when the European Union said, if you want to get the money, you must change the social system, then practically everybody agreed and it was made. But the country needed 10 years to realize, and the crisis, to realize that things were not going as people thought, but a change was necessary.
Thank you so much. 2 more questions. We'll take this gentleman here and then that gentleman.
Thank you. This is Konstantinos Bogdanos from Sky Television Athens. This is mostly a Vuk Jeremic-inspired question, but maybe Minister Bakoyannis would have something to add on that. Mr. Jeremic has been part of a transitionary cabinet in Serbia in what he called the aftermath of a democratic revolution. Now, this is a case where in a country that has been, as you have mentioned, very close to the heart of Europe, you have a transition from a regime to a democratic state of affairs. And that has been assisted in a way by the West through OTPO or other means in a well-defined manner, let's say. But in the same way that we try to establish democratic states of affairs in Western nations, we also try to push for democracy in places of the world where democracy does not seem to have any roots, so that it can blossom and flourish. Therefore, you have an intervention in Afghanistan, so to speak, a CIA intervention in Afghanistan in the late 70s, on behalf of the free world, very well meant. And then
what is your question?
The question comes in a second, please. Then you have a George W. Bush in Iraq. Then you have the whole spring, so to speak. And although this is not felt intrinsically on the inside of European or Western democratic nations, there seems to be a certain repercussion that is called Islamist extremism. Now the question is the attempt to spread democracy worthy at all costs everywhere in the world? Thank you.
A complicated question.
And that's why I'm going to take that's why I'm going to take a microphone and perhaps let some other people off the hook in that sense. I was there in the General Assembly in the time when, let's say, the spring, and you're probably referring to the Arab Spring, started making its first, let's say, coughs, and by now there's definitely a situation in which it is well worth having a second look, especially contrary to what was believed at the very beginning, especially in the Western media. My answer is my short answer is no, but it's too short an answer. We don't have too much time here to dwell into it. I personally do believe in democracy. I believe democracy is something worth striving for, but we do live in a very complicated and a difficult world in which one has to be very, very careful as to how one proceeds with engaging with various countries and peoples around the world which they might perceive as interference in their own affairs.
And if we could, please feel free to come up to our panel members afterwards to, have a further dialogue. We have one more very quick question, and then we're going to move on to the next panel. Please, a question. Yes.
My name is Anton Schwartz. I'm the co-founder of a parliamentary monitoring organization called Woolly Watch. And I wanted to comment on open government and e-government.
If you could please ask a question, rather, we don't have time for comments.
Yes,
I'm sorry,
right.
but I'm...
So I wanted to ask Mrs. Bakoyanni if she thinks that winning back the trust of the people should be a national priority for Greece, but also the European Union, because my question is related to basically not only Euroscepticism, but general mistrust with politicians, that there is lack in transparency with political finances. In Greece, for example, we have the problem with black political money, which hasn't been solved yet. So I think when we talk about the rule of law, this should be of fundamental importance. And yeah, that is my basic question.
Thank you so much. A brief answer, Dora.
The answer is yes. I believe this is a main goal. It's a national goal, but it's also a European goal. And if we don't win back the trust of the people to the functioning of democracy, to the politicians, then at the end of the day, democracy will not function in any country, and it will not function in Europe either. Because then the argument will be, well, you have the Gulf states prospering without a democracy. What a good idea this will be. We will have some other kind of systems at the end of the day. So for us, for the people who are in politics for many years, this is our first goal. And unfortunately, I don't believe that everybody realizes how bad the situation is today, at least in Greece.
Well, thank you so much. That's a really great transition, actually, to our next panel that will be led by Alison Smale, taking a look at democracy from a different angle from how it's covered in the media, which presents all sorts of other issues as well. Let's thank our panelists, and also please feel free to come up to them to ask questions afterwards.
I would love to.
Please call your Hello. I have the very difficult task of summoning my panel as the other one leaves, but please could my panel speakers come up? Thank you. Why don't you sit next to me? Irina there, Matthias there. And I'm sorry if I'm cutting short dialogue, but please, if you have conversations to have them outside, and otherwise I would love you to listen to our panel on media. Excuse me, can you please go outside if you want to continue talking? So, this rather kind of authoritarian introduction as to who I am. My name is Alison Smale. I'm the Berlin bureau chief for the New York Times, and I'm very happy to be leading this panel on whether media is a boon or a barrier to democracy. It's a complicated subject, like all the ones that we've addressed today, and I think there's been some interesting stimulus given to this discussion in the two previous panels. Somebody came up in the first one with the importance of us always looking at the day after. I think it's a fault of media in general. We're there when the guns are booming, and when peace, or some semblance of it, settles somewhere, we're less present. Having been an editor myself, I'll just take the blame for editors, generally speaking. Another thing is, how much does media, or can it, foster citizenship? And I think that's something that is central to the concept of democracy. As we know, Athens' democracy was founded on citizenship. How do we create a new sense of citizenship in this world where people, for instance, feel very cut off from the European Union? They don't feel, and this was mentioned in the last panel, that there is no direct citizen decision-making in the European Union. People's feeling of security and insecurity was addressed in previous panels. What does media do to us then in that regard? We're bombarded by so many bits of information, we seem hardly to have time to make up our own minds. Do our politicians have time to do that is another valid question. Basically, I think we are in the middle of a huge disruption or revolution. It bears in mind, it really does bear thinking about the meaning of that word every single day, because we wouldn't expect to survive a revolution that had literally sort of fighting in the streets and blood and people killed without thinking about that very keenly all the time. Because the revolution that we're undergoing is a digital revolution, it is not physically harmful, it just has disrupted a great many things. We perhaps ignore that disruption element. And I think it's interesting that no less a seasoned world observer than Henry Kissinger noted in his latest book that the modern world finds itself in a constant tussle between chaos, or seeming chaos, and of sort of plodding rigidity that is associated with the nation state, and is that now an outdated structure. The former senior official on the NSC for long-range analysis, Matthew Burrows, has just published a book which he called The Future Declassified, Megatrends that will undo the world unless we take action. Either we take charge of directing change, or change will take charge of us. And I think there's a lot that we can do in the media to be a boon or a barrier to all those things, but I'd like to introduce very briefly the panel. Matthias Blumenkron is very well known in Germany in the digital media world. He is currently the editor of the online edition of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. Jelena Makri is a journalist who's won a great deal of attention here and beyond Greece's borders in Europe with her use of new media to highlight issues. She won the Charlemagne Youth Prize in 2012. And Niklas Lundblad is here as Director of Public Policy and Government Relations in Europe for Google. And I think it's great that we finally have somebody here who's the representative of these new structures that we have talked about. So I would turn first of all to Matthias just to explore a little bit what kind of effect you think media are having on democracy. You wrote a very eloquent essay in the Frankfurter Allgemeine last Friday, which traced sort of 20 years of history of newspapers on the internet, and basically concluded that what we all need is a hefty dose of idealism, which you've always needed to produce good journalism. But we also need some sort of plenty of luck and a real acknowledgement that this is not something that's coming to us. The digital world is here, the revolution has happened, and the disruption is continuing. So I'll turn it over to you first, and then Jelena can give us some practical examples, and Niklas can talk about how the vast structures like Google that are developing, is there a backlash against them? How can they be useful? So, Matthias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having us here. It's a wonderful debate and increasingly exciting. So I hope we can continue on the last panel. I would like to draw the picture a little bigger because you spoke about the revolution, the digital revolution, and we have to look at the new medium in which we as journalists are increasingly working, and we're increasingly, I mean mainly basically soon, the critical debates will take place. What kind of medium is that? And I'm working in this medium since 1994, and I would like to take a position which I would describe as a disillusioned illusionist. So why disillusioned? Within the 90s we thought this is a great new medium, a revolutionary medium, a medium which comes from outside the existing institution, from outside the state, from outside the corporations. It's not controllable by the existing powers. It's not controllable by majorities. It's not controllable by autocratic governments, and certainly not controllable by large corporations. This was kind of our idealism during the 90s, and I must say that my mood has changed considerably. I think the internet in the year 2014 is facing, and with that the digital publishing space is facing its largest crisis in its short history. And let me identify this along three key figures which describe, in my opinion, why we are in a crisis. The first figure is the former president of China, Jiang Zemin. Jiang Zemin was responsible, initiated the Great Firewall. And we all thought in the 90s, as I described to you, this wonderful internet is not controllable, and the Great Firewall, with its increasing perfections, with its tens of thousands of sensors, with its enormous energy, proves the opposite. The internet is controlled in China, and other states are copying the mechanisms and trying to learn from the Chinese to get a grip on the internet, so to block opinions which they don't like and to foster opinions which they like. First person. Second person, Ed Snowden. Obvious, Ed Snowden showed us what we as journalists kind of knew and were kind of thinking on experience before, but it showed to the general public and even to us how big the extent of surveillance is nowadays in the internet. What happens if a state decides to put several dozens of billions into a public-private partnership with the aim to control and survey the internet? And that, of course, is not only a threat to everybody communicating, there's also a huge threat for media, their sources, their communication with their sources, and so on. And the third person is Mark Zuckerberg. We all thought that the swarm is kind of taking care of itself. The swarm will sooner or later identify what's propaganda and what's the truth, what's public relation, and what's steered and what is reporting. And the perfect organizer of the swarm, of course, is Facebook. And as long as we look and watch Facebook with over 1 billion users now, more than 20 million in Germany alone, we see that there is not only one swarm, but that there are hundreds of swarms, thousands of swarms, probably millions of swarms. And what do the people like who are part of that swarm? They like to have the feeling of hominess. They like to feel comfortable. They like to be friendly to their peers. They don't like to fight. They don't like to debate. They don't like to have too big of a discussion with their peers. So we see what's evolving, a myriad of swarms which kind of make itself stronger, are fostering making their own positions stronger, but which are not kind of communicating with the other swarms in a way that they did perhaps in the earlier years. So we see, and recent studies have proven that Facebook is kind of a medium which is fostering populism and also radicalism among its peers. So in my opinion, I must say, the judgment is still out if our wonderful new medium is fostering democracy and freedom, autocratic power, or simply sheer madness. We are just at a turning point there.
Yeah, I agree with you that we're definitely at the beginning of an interesting journey. I mean, I think by now we've all understood that social media and all kinds of new communication we have can as much foster narrow-minded prejudice as they expand horizons. But I'd like to hear from Jelena what her experience has been.
So, hello, welcome. I wanted to start differently, but because there were politicians here, I've heard some really embarrassing things. So, as I'm not a politician and I'm a journalist, I will start with some data in order for you to understand the type of democracy we have here, where you have your feet right now. In accordance with the Greek results of the Eurobarometer, 98% of Greeks describe the situation of the national economy as poor, while 90% tend to not trust the government. 89% do not trust the parliament. 68% of Greeks believe that the worst is still to come. And according to a recent survey, an overwhelming 96.74% of citizens believe that journalists are guided. So as you understand, we have a lot of work to do here.
When was the survey taken?
The survey, the Eurobarometer results are, I think, July 2013. And the recent survey, I think it's last year also. I have the link here. But I can, if someone wants, I can send all the data, everything. So, because I heard also they fantasize to create a new parliament funded by taxpayers' money, so this is quite embarrassing. I will tell you what is my way of fighting this and why I believe new media can help over this and controlling and help politicians accountable. First of all, do we all understand what is new media? When we refer to new media versus traditional media or legacy media? No, everybody is okay? I will shortly say that we are talking about the means of mass collaboration using digital technologies and especially internet. This is a term to define all that is related to the internet and the interplay between technology, sound, and image. Actually what is different from the traditional media is also that the access to content is possible anytime, anywhere. The user can have there is an interactive user feedback, and most important, allows community formation. So we are talking about, by definition, democratic. New media are by definition democratic, and I will explain you why they have brought some tectonic shifts in our democracy apart from journalism. I will give you 3 reasons, 3 examples why I believe they are a powerful tool. First of all, data control. New media and digital technologies, as opposed to traditional media, I would say, they can provide citizens with powerful online tools and software. Some of the software is free, in order to rapidly collect, clean, and publish data. And I will use the expression of an American doctor who said that in the absence of real data, politicians and policymakers can do what the hell they want. And in Greece, we really lack, access to open data. So data, married to narrative structure that a journalist has naturally, and expert human knowledge, can really tell us about the world, how it's changing, and can create check and balances to a democratic society. So I said data control. Second, access and analysis on the information. Here I have an interesting story from the UK. Actually, back in 2005, the London Underground was born. The head of the Metropolitan Police went public and he said on the radio and television, "Don't worry, it's an electric failure." Within minutes from Ian Blair, Sir Ian Blair is the name of the head, citizens starting analyzing images from the double-decker bus that was born, analyzing pictures and posting on blogs, that actually all these posts contradicted Blair's characterization. The head of the Metropolitan Police, by seeing this and overriding his own communication staff advice, went on public and he said, yes, the underground was bombed. What I want to say by this example is that although the head of the Metropolitan Police had all the power of the traditional media behind him, it was really clear that he had no longer control of the situation. So new media can help and empower people. I said, and the third one, I said open data. I talked about data control and access and analysis on the information. I will tell you a third example is the new kind of reporting with citizens' participation. With new data, we can really have people helping in our reporting. I will give you just an example of an American media outlet that actually, with the help of nearly 1,000 people, created a public database in order to shed some light on the hidden cost of political ad spending. And there were people, the audience, that really went to the TV station and asked the files, all these PDF files, that you can do nothing about them, even though they are supposed to be open, and citizens starting analyzing them. Then I have another example I can tell you. It was the Lance Armstrong case, actually. The 7-time winner of Tour de France. Although the traditional media were far too willing to look the other way, he was cheating. They were bloggers in New York. I think the blog was New York Velocity, that really interviewed the doctor that said that, okay, Lance Armstrong has cheated. So these are 3 examples that I think that new media can empower people and can hold politicians and powerful accountable.
Thank you. I'd like to come back to you in a minute or two, just asking a little bit, how have you been able to use this locally in Greece?
What do you mean?
Well, your use of data that you have access to, or ways that you let people know about certain events, or do you use Twitter to assemble a crowd at any point? I mean, what kind of activism are you able to achieve?
One of the way we have is we are organizing a political a platform for political innovation, where we will gather data there. No words, no, because it's very easy to say that's the fault of Golden Dawn, but here we're talking about 90% of Greeks. They don't trust the government. They didn't vote, all of them. 90% of Greeks didn't vote for Golden Dawn. So we will analyze that on platform. We are educating. We will try to educate people, because education, as we discussed before, is very, very important. Also, here I have my data. 61% of Greeks don't know their rights as an EU citizen. And it's 30 years that we're in the EU, just to give you some examples.
Well, I doubt many Germans know their rights as EU citizens either. If I could turn to Niklas now, as the representative of an organization that is increasingly known for not only having a lot of data that we would like very quickly to have at our fingertips, but having a lot of data that we fear might be used to control us in some way. And I know you can't talk about the specific situation of Google, but perhaps you can address the whole question of backlash within Europe against this kind against the massive assemblance of data and its being in the control of big private corporations.
Yes, I'm happy to mention that first, and thank you for the invitation. It's wonderful to be here. I'd like to start off, though, by trying to answer the question of the panel, and we can get back to the questions you raised a little bit later in the debate. And I think that the question of whether or not new media is a boon or a threat to democracy is really one that I think captures a lot of the sentiment in our time when it comes to technology overall. We're caught between our hopes and our fears when it comes to technology. And our hope is that this new technology will be, let us call it Socratic, that it will allow us to deepen dialogue, that it will allow us to really become more engaged in democracy, that it will provide more voices to more people. And our fear is that it will be a sophistic technology, only providing the tools of rhetoric to a very small, powerful elite. And I think that, the hopes and the fears here are interesting to examine more in detail, because new media really does three things. It gives us three different capacities. The first is that it gives us the capacity to give the means of speech to many more people. I mean, it's not even in doubt, I think, that the amount of people who can actually engage in speech now are 10x or 100 times larger than they were before. The second is that it gives us the ability to organize around causes, around party politics, but also other political causes that we're interested in. And the third is that it gives us entirely new means of offering education. Now, if you're a pessimist and you believe that this is turning to sophistic technology, then of course what you say is that, well, speech is drowned in noise because so many people speak so nobody's really heard.
Or speech is reduced to such simplistic terms and abusive ones.
Right. And for organization, you say it's reduced to simple clicktivism, where we lazily just click on something to support a cause. And education is reduced to online quizzes. The optimists, to which I belong, I am what John McCarthy used to refer to as an extreme optimist. The term is defined as somebody who thinks things will turn out okay, even if people don't do what you tell them to, which I think is a great way of describing it. Now, for the optimisms, though, what could happen, of course, is that this speech could really change society and bring a new level of engagement, that this new way of organizing can really allow us to organize in entirely new ways outside of the established democratic procedures and reinvigorate them. And education can be brought of a first-class nature to a worldwide audience. So what decides where we land? What decides if we end up with Socratic or sophistic technology? What decides if our hopes or our fears come true? I think the answer to that is actually fundamental to democratic theory and fundamental also to the way that we've been discussing this today. And it's an answer that has to do with institutions. And the institutions that need to evolve alongside the technologies and carry them. And there we have a really interesting mismatch, because the pace of institutional evolution is radically different from that of the pace of technological process. That gap, bridging that gap, is going to determine whether or not we end up in the world of our hopes or our fears, I think. And if you just look at the institutions, look at journalism, for example, or if you look at the party organization, or if you look at the way our schools are organized.
Or the nation state.
Or the nation state. And that's actually going to be a really interesting point to come back to. I think all of these institutions need to evolve, and they need to figure out how technology can be used in a way that will actually make it a boon to democracy. Because technology is, as someone famously quipped, not good, nor bad, nor neutral. It is very much the product of the use that we put it to.
And I think that, and the nation state, it's really interesting that they mentioned the nation state, because one of the things that I think we also have to answer, one of the questions we have to answer is, where will this happen? And we've been talking a lot about Europe, we've been talking a lot about countries, but I actually believe that when I look at this, and we look at this from the engagements we have, we believe cities are really fundamentally interesting places, and potentially where democracy can be reborn. And if you think about, democracy starting in a city, the city being a place where institutions actually evolve fairly quickly, and where engagement is very direct, and it's, very much in your immediate environment, I think there's a good argument to be made that if you want to understand how new media can really affect democracy, starting with cities is a good idea.
And is starting with cities a good idea because people can more readily identify with the city as where they belong?
It's because also people are more committed to the institutions of a city. You care a lot about what happens around you. If you look at some cities, for example, they have systems for reporting whether or not garbage cans are full, and people engage in that. And at a minor minimum level, that's also democratic participation, being a part of your community around you.
No, I mean, there's no question that that's something that is easy. Whether it actually leads to then the sort of broader political discourse, or how does it solve the problems posed by, say, the use of incredibly skillful use of new media in what I wouldn't hesitate to call a propaganda war by Russia in the case of Ukraine. That's a slightly different thing to
It is a completely different thing, I agree.
Control.
But I also think that has to do with the development of institutions, how we are able to respond to propaganda, and how we'll be able to build an immune system against the abuses of new technologies as well.
Yeah. We'll see who can do that. So, Matthias, where do you land in the hopes or the fears camp, and what do you think actually can be done? I think it's interesting to ask this question of a German journalist, because there's been so much talk in recent months of Putin sympathizers in Germany, how media has covered the Ukraine conflict, and I mean, a sort of a lack of belief in Germany as to exactly what Russian media have been saying about this, distorting opinion. So if you can discuss that from the hopes and fears prism.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be here if I wouldn't have stayed an optimist, even if my illusions are a little subdued. And perhaps it's good to have your illusions guns and you're just simply an optimist. So you touch a very important point, which comes to a fundamental thing, which is kind of threatening the use of new media at the moment. We have all those great initiatives which you described, and we see many more in other countries. And we have a lot of enthusiasm towards that, still enthusiasm, and luckily we have it. So on the outside of the traditional media, and even within the traditional media. But what we are facing is a huge crisis of trust into this new medium. Take what happens in the Ukraine, a thing which is farther away from all of us than the city of London, yeah, or the inner city of New York. So you see videos popping up showing Russian tanks driving through kind of a desert-like thing, landscape, and then the poster claim this is a proof that the Russians have their own tanks and their own troops already within Ukraine. So nobody knows who has posted this. Is it really Ukraine? Where the tanks are, the recent pictures, what at all? We had crises like this before. You all remember probably the story of the girl from Damascus, a blogger who claimed, lesbian female blogger who claimed to sit in Damascus and was posting for months and months and years, interesting posts, supposedly from the center of Damascus. It was written up even in the New York Times, and everybody was excited. Wow, a voice. The internet gives a voice to somebody. So turns out that it was Americans living in Edinburgh trying to, or doing an increasingly sophisticated hoax. So for us, the big issue is how can we overcome this crisis of trust? And I come back to your question. The debate about the Russian activities in eastern Ukraine is just taking apart Germany. and the voices and the aggressions which you see on the internet, those are not only steered, those are words which tell you that there is an amount of hatred out there which we were all surprised, even as professional journalists. So honestly, we are overwhelmed by that. We are struggling with it to make our point and to engage in a debate with people where you think they don't really want to debate.
Exactly, which shows that it can sort of close minds off as much as open them. I wonder if you have anything. Oh, but.
Okay, your point is, of course, this is the bad side of new media. Oh, can you hear me with this? No? Yeah? Yes. Okay. Both. So I think one solution is the fact-checking services. Right now we can do this, but I totally agree with you. This is, and I don't have an answer yet, but I can see the good side of it is the participation of citizens. So something for Greece, what would you like to know for Greece? Because we've heard so many things today from the politicians that I don't know where to start from. It was...
Well, actually, let's go back to education, which I think and also Nicholas made as a good point. Education is something that wasn't mentioned in either of the first two discussions, except maybe once or twice in passing, and seems to me to be essential tool in whether in what kind of political system we want to foster or not. Have you come across certain ways or anything that's going on in Greek schools that you've been able to ameliorate or enhance?
Let us take a live test. How many of the Greeks here, do they know how many political rights they have? According to the Greek constitution. This is a matter of education. You should know how many political rights you have. This is not something we learn at school. So just to give you one answer. So education is very, very important, but really I don't know where to start from. It's something very, very, very crucial. I think young people right now in Greece, they don't know very elementary things about democracy, like the separation of forces and how this is manifested in practice, because in Greece you may know that the Minister of Justice appoints the judges. So, well, it's not very Montesquieu. This is what we had in mind, séparation de pouvoir. So there are so many things that you have to deal through education, and right now it's it's easier to discuss about the bad guys, Golden Dawn, etc., than really. And this is the question I wanted to ask to the politicians, the Greek politicians, but of course they left. They told us so many things, but they didn't tell us how they will enforce citizens' participation into democracy, because right now, this system represents the absent people until the next round of elections.
Well, maybe we can start with some kind of new media discussion under the Athens Forum hashtag or something like that. If I could go back to Nicholas and ask him to elaborate a bit more on how you see new media, Google specifically, new technologies enhancing education. We all know it can also limit it, but...
Yeah, no, I think that the big thing, of course, is availability. The ability to look into, the MIT has made its entire syllabus, entire curriculum available on the web. It's been downloaded over 200,000 times in its entirety, which means that anyone today can get at least a core part of what it means to have an MIT education all over the world. So availability is one big thing. And that comes through information discovery, which is something that is an important part of search, naturally. I think that the ability of people to also find new and alternative ways of organizing education, like smaller lessons, more concentrated lessons, is also really important. We have YouTube. There's famously a guy who started something called Khan Academy, and Khan Academy is another example of how you can organize education in new ways, how you can organize the institutions underlying education in new ways. And I think that is, we've just scratched the surface there, try to understand how people learn and how we can use different new media to help them learn as well. And I think that, to the larger question of trust, which I think is a fundamental one, trust is also something that evolves over time. If you go back to, the early American press, for example, centered around Philadelphia and Ben Franklin's work and all that. You know this better than me, I'm sure. They were famously referred to by George Washington as infamous scribblers, and a direct threat to democracy because they were engaged in defamation, rumor mongering, and outright lies. And what happened over time was, of course, that this set of infamous scribblers developed institutions. They developed different ways of, different codes of practice that then allowed them to grow into the prestigious new media houses we see today. They were their new media of the time, and they needed about 100 years to get to where they finally ended up.
I think that's
and the question is how much time new media has in order to get to that same point.
The very phrase "over time," and as I highlighted in the introduction, I think what any of us who consider how things are going forward come right slap up against is just the speed of some developments and the sort of plodding nature of the structures that are in place to deal with it, and, at least for me anyway, the plodding nature of my own brain, which cannot move at warp speed and cannot process change perhaps in the way that we've been used to doing that. I really wonder, do you think, it's a question for all three of you, what kind of structures could we put in place to make it easier for people to appreciate the sheer speed of change? And what kind of structures would politicians be able to use? It's a particularly interesting question to ask in Germany, I think, where Chancellor Merkel is somebody who clearly does think about the future. And yet, there's the very clear fact that broadband internet availability is pretty pathetic in a lot of parts of Germany, which for the richest country in Europe seems extraordinary.
I would say there is a genuine and still very, very important task for journalism. Yeah, and I totally agree with you. The internet, you can find everything on the internet. The internet by itself is the best medium which could happen to mankind and to journalism. No doubt about it. If you take the business side away from it, yeah. But
the sheer survivability of the journalists to deal with this information.
But it is, you can find everything. So the thing is, the user and also the journalists and the bloggers and everybody, I think almost everybody is almost overwhelmed by what's out there. And our big task is how can we structure not what happens out there in reality, which is already difficult enough, but how can we structure and analyze and comment what happens in the digital world more efficiently than we did it before. And I think it still has to do something with authority. So we have to work on credibility, on trust, and on transparency as media, as never before. If we are intransparent, if we are not working if we do mistakes and we don't disclose mistakes, if we are too biased and we don't incorporate the other opinions, then we lose a lot of trust because the world is so transparent. It can be so transparent out there, and our mistakes can be so transparent. So this is very difficult for traditional media to be so vulnerable. But on the other hand, it is our big task and our chance to survive if we take those issues, apart from the business side, as serious as we only can take them.
Elena?
Can you repeat the question? What structures?
Well, what structures would you be able to put in place to help people deal with the sort of the fast speed of development, their slower ability to absorb all of that?
Trainings at schools. I insist on education, and there are some colleagues here.
Does every pupil in Greece have access to a computer in school?
Not all, and we have even access on the internet. You mean? No, we are talking about right now some. The geography of Greece is also peculiar because it's 70% it's mountains and 6,000 islands.
Is a hindrance.
So it's not Netherlands. It's not a flat place. So it's difficult. We even have in the northern part of Greece villages, the 15 villages that arrive to connect through internet through mesh networks. So their own initiative. Not a government's work. So I think education is one thing for the new generation. and where we need to initiate them on new technologies and how they can use them in the purpose of better democracy. There are some platforms right now in Greece because of those problems. There are several initiatives over open data, open governance. Of course, the institutions don't participate that much, but at least citizens press. So I think education is one of the, it's feasible into schools. And then train the audience how to really do the fact-checking, and I think it's possible.
Niklas, would you say that offering this kind of guidance, education, new structures would help against the backlash, which you haven't really yet quite addressed, against companies
so let me start
like
addressing
Google?
the backlash then. I think it's quite natural. I mean, this discussion, we're now on 10 years since Henry Jenkins published his book, New Media and Democracy, MIT Press, where sort of the several contributions, half of them were negative, half of them were positive, pretty much where we are today, still on the fence. And I think that the backlash against technology and the backlash against the way technology is used in general is a quite natural part of how technology evolves. There's this, I don't know if you know, the hype curve, right? There's this notion that in the beginning we have enormously overblown expectations for what technology can bring us. Then we end up in what is called a trough disillusionment, which is, delusion is pretty much where we are now. And first after that, we will start seeing the real benefits and the real yields of technological change. So if you chart our perception of the internet, it's been in this enormously optimistic, positive period for a long time. So it was sort of due for a trough disillusionment. Now, I hope we get through that really, really quickly so we get up where the real yields are obvious, right? But I think it's important. And also, I think that's also fostered by the extreme positive or the extreme optimism that we saw in the beginning of the internet. I mean, back in '96.
Well, as Matthias was saying.
Exactly as Matthias was saying. I mean, and it's even more than that. If you look at John Perry Barlow's very bombastic Declaration of Independence of Cyberspace that he wrote in 1996, where he says essentially about all of the nation states that they're weary giants of flesh and steel who should leave us of the new homo mind alone because you have no sovereignty where we rule. It's a quote from, it's a fantastic text, by the way. If you haven't read it, it's bombastic genius from one of the songwriters of the Grateful Dead. It cannot become any better. Can just really recommend it. So I think that extreme optimism, the hopes that were sort of attached to the internet, made it last for a very long period of extremely good reception. And we're now seeing what I think is a sound reevaluation of the effects and the need for institutions. And I think that's always where I land when I look at this, that we need the institutions that can carry the technological progress in a way that, makes the pace reasonable to us, to your point, and also makes those the progress that we're seeing into something that is meaningfully contributing to the evolution of democracy.
So where concretely, given that we sit in Europe and the European Union, one of its biggest issues right now is figuring out how is it going to regulate digital communication, what is data privacy going to be, how are we going to reconcile the German concept, say, with other people's ideas. Where do you think you're going to end up with the European Union? I'd pose that question to you and to Matthias.
Well, the short answer is I don't know. It's a huge question. But I think that what I hope for, I can say what I hope for, and what I hope for is that the European Union will look at the enormous amount of growth and jobs that are inherent in technology. There was recently a study released by the Lisbon Council in which they show that Europe hasn't gotten at all the same return on its investment in technology that the US has. And there were two reasons, basically. One was that the investments in Europe have been very, very hard to scale. Essentially, if you're an entrepreneur in Europe and you want to go from 0 to say, 10 million users, you can do that within a country. If you want to go from 0 to 300 million users, which you do want to do if you're an internet company, you have to deal with several different contradicting legal regimes, and so you move to the US. So what happens is that all of our entrepreneurs at that point move to the US. Now, what we would like to see when it comes to scale is a digital single market, and I think that would help Europe a lot. If you then look at the other reason that Europe is not catching up, it's actually that we're not putting technology to innovative use. So we usually buy a computer and we put it at the desk of someone and we ask them to do exactly the same thing they did before they got the computer.
Before they did, yeah.
And this is always going to be a sunk cost. And this goes for media, I think, but it goes for all of the different industries. So what I would like to see, I think, is a Europe that addresses those two deficits. The first being scale, the second being innovative use. And that's not easy. I think that's a huge piece of work that Europe has in front of it.
Which governments have not really addressed quite in that way, perhaps. Matthias, what do you think? Because the German government is, at the moment, its latest mantra is that it really wants to get with the digital revolution.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the big question is how much time do we have to kind of keep the internet open? Our early idealistic concept of a worldwide accessible net, which is basically governed by a kind of a rule framework which is universal. And what we see at the moment is a huge threat of fragmentation of the internet, a huge threat. And that's not only because China and Iran and so on try to control their parts of the net and are thinking even about kind of closed networks where you then have to go through kind of a custom gate and perhaps you're allowed in or not. That's not the only thing. It is, what's even worse is the rift which we see in the Western world. And we see a fundamental rift between the continental European thinking and the Anglo-Saxon world. Just take and it is not decided at the moment by politicians, it's decided by the courts. The courts at the moment are much faster than the politicians. And we have the famous ruling of the European Court about the right to be forgotten. Many people in Germany said, yeah, finally, they discovered it. And Jimmy Wales, the founder of Wikipedia, and many in the US said, this would have never happened, such a ruling would have never happened in the US because it's totally contrary to free speech. And now you as a company and others as well are struggling with the consequences. And I mean, we as a medium just got several notifications that some articles are taken out of your index. And we asked ourselves, why are those articles taken out of the index? I mean, and it turns out that some people who were mentioned in the reader commentaries didn't want their name associated with a certain opinion which was kind of expressed in the reader commentary, and so that page was blocked. It's not that it is not that you can't find it anymore and that you can't search for it under other names, but it shows what happens at the moment and how kind of the open internet is under a huge threat.
Well, that seems like a very good point to throw it open to the floor to see. I hope you've got some really good questions for this great panel. Yes. Can we get a microphone there, please?
Stasinopoulos, formerly with the European Commission. Just to carry Alison's mail, also the comments by Nicholas. I think it's certainly, I wouldn't like to exaggerate, but a battle is coming right now. We just initiated discussions of the new transatlantic investment agreement. And Europe would like that issue to be included into that.
Can you hold the microphone a little bit closer, otherwise we can't hear.
There is a fundamental, I would say, difference between the Anglo-Saxon approach and the European approach. My own understanding is that the Anglo-Saxon approach is you should allow the industry to self-regulate. And probably internet, that's the way that has been tackled up to now. For Europe, because Niklas mentioned the institutions are lagging behind. The big question is, are we going to move to some kind of regulation in a global way, or are we going to continue relying on the industry? Because there is no doubt internet right now is regulated over the other side of the Atlantic, despite the fact that the larger number of users are in the rest of the world.
Okay, who would like to tackle that? Nicholas?
Yeah. No, I can give a first short answer. I think that it's true that there's an Anglo-Saxon and a continental Europe version of what the internet should be. I mean, it's probably wrong to say that the Anglo-Saxon version is an unregulated version of the internet, because if you look at the US, we're under regulation for several different things, like Child Online Protection Act, for example. There are several other specific acts, but it's a different way of regulating, and it's a different mode of regulation, I think. And I think that your question about the trade framework is really interesting, because I remember back in 2008, the OECD had a ministerial meeting in Seoul on the future of the internet. And one of the panelists there, Tim Wu, said that in 10 years, the majority of every piece of regulation has to do with border-crossing media will be trade regulation. And his point was that freedom of expression, privacy, intellectual property rights would all be regulated in trade. We've seen that movement, and we've seen inclusion of free expression or free flow of information language in, for example, the US-Korea Free Trade Agreement. But we haven't seen as fast as a development in this field as we would have expected. But it's quite possible, and your conjecture is probably as good as mine, that this is where the regulation of border-crossing media will move in the future. It will end up in trade agreements. Which then, of course, poses a really important question. To what extent is media best regulated through trade agreements rather than through other instruments of regulation?
Do I see a question right there, please?
My name is Alexopoulos, and I'm a writer. My question is addressed to all the panelists, and it's a combination of a comment and a question. Since we celebrate democracy in the birthplace of democracy, I might as well bring to your attention an institution that existed in the 5th century of Athens that could help the education and the participation of the citizens. Since representative democracy is undermined by the globalization and the markets, we have to think of direct democracy. And since direct democracy is applied to a small scale, we have to come back to what Mr. Niklaus said, to the city level, as they existed in classical Hellas or Greece, the city-state, the Athens democracy. Now, there is a dilemma we all face regarding bread and liberty. If somebody has to choose between bread and liberty, usually chooses first bread and then liberty. In Athens, during the Periclean classical democracy, Pericles, in order to give an incentive to the poor people to participate and accept positions in the governing of the city, provided them with free tickets so they could attend tragedies, comedies, and being educated, because the theater was part of the educational process for the citizen to become acquainted with democracy. Apart from that, and here is the ingenuity of the institution, he provided money to the poor people in a way, as a way of covering the opportunity cost they would have had in order to attend conferences like this one, because this is quite an educational conference. We could have invited thousands of people to attend. It would have been quite educational, but nobody can attend, because if he is unemployed or if he is working, there is an opportunity cost to leave his job and come to the conference call. So you leave the governing of the public affairs to those that have money or they have time, so it becomes a luxury. And the poor layman cannot participate unless he has the incentive and been paid for the job he's going to lose for the education he's going to get.
If I could just interrupt for 1 minute.
This is an
First
incentive
of all,
for
we
you
need
to
a
think
question. And secondly, I think the whole point about new media is you can try and follow discussions like this on the internet. Yes, I agree that means you have to have access to a computer and to the internet itself. But what was your question, if you can put it very briefly?
The question is the
microphone.
Is the need for the provision of incentives so people can be educated and participate, because democracy means participation.
Okay, so...
And people don't have the time.
I think we talked a little bit about education before, but I guess the participation, we could explore a little bit the point that Niklas made about cities perhaps being the kind of the level at which we will all be able to have a more modern sense of participation and informing ourselves. What actually specifically has prompted Google to that conclusion? Have you done research?
No, we had the pleasure to work with something called the Foundation of New Cities, headquartered in Paris, and we worked with several US cities as well and seen how they start to use technology in order to get democratic participation. And the interesting thing about technology is that it allows you to, and I mentioned the example of garbage cans because it's a very simple example of micro-participation, of how you can allow people to start feeling responsible for their environment, for the city and community they're a part of. But then I actually agree, I agree with the premise of the question, which is that we have to incentivize people to participate because there's an opportunity cost to participation. And the way we do that, I think, is through showing that online participation really also has an effect in the established institutions. It cannot be a world of its own where people discuss and debate and then politicians don't take account of it, which is why I think it's really important to figure out, what is the responsibility of politicians to take part of new media and to interact with them. Because that's another question that we rarely ask. If you have this enormous access to the entire demos that elected you, and it's open and it's out there, don't you then have kind of a duty to engage with it?
Except that going back to the sort of bread or liberty question, I mean, apparently not even corporations are going to sort of take into account the opportunity cost of leaving Europe behind if they go and headquarter themselves in the United States.
I think that if you're a startup, you're very much focused on trying to figure out how you can get to the next stage. And I think that if you had the opportunity to do it, and several entrepreneurs I have talked to would say, of course we would stay in Europe if we could just get across those 20 different regulatory regimes.
If we could just change it.
And it's 20 different regulatory regimes. And the promise of the internal market, the single internal market, has always been that this would be one big stage for European innovation and European entrepreneurship. And we haven't quite gotten there yet.
Yeah, no, we haven't. So, Roger. Yes, right there.
Thank you. My name's Roger Cohen. I'm a columnist at the New York Times. Elena, I noticed that in your definition of new media, you described it as a means of mass collaboration, not mass communication. I was wondering if that was deliberate. Collaboration is a somewhat morally ambiguous word in English. And I was wondering further if you chose collaboration because you see new media primarily as a tool of organization, an organizing tool, rather than a means for more open debate.
Both. I see both. I see new media, I see a means as a means for dissemination, but also I have realized that it is also a tool in order to form communities. I mentioned communities and collaboration. So when you form communities around a topic, then you can foster collaboration. And actually, I mentioned collaboration because my case is a little bit different. My career started from a European new media. So 3 words, European, which means that the media that I started working was not German, not Greek, not Israeli, it was European. Point final. And then it was new media, it was through internet, which means that internet allowed us to communicate and collaborate young journalists around the continent. And we have never seen it face to face. So we collaborated since 2001, back in 2001, checking your emails or doing things on the internet was a thing to do 3 times per week. So for me, it's natural collaboration through new media. You don't agree?
Well. They're rationed, Roger.
You can come here if you want.
If you're just collaborating with people you already agree with, does that mean you're not involving yourself with others with whom you might have dissent and debate? I guess that's what I was driving at.
Also, you make a virtual table where you become a technical platform. It's a table. It's not. It can become, of course, just a pipeline of some thoughts and some political ideas or whatever. But it can become a virtual table where people debate, and you can have debates. You don't say,
Yeah, but that is indeed. I mean, as like the Facebook example shows, it is very, very difficult. We are far away from organizing debates as your ancestors did it here in Greece, to organize a productive but also controversial debate. It doesn't organize itself by itself, yeah, because the people behave like they behave, and human beings have certain weaknesses, and one weakness is that they like each other and they hate others, and they want to stick with those which they like, and they don't want to stick with and not even talk with them which they hate. So this can be, and I come back to you, this could be a really great thing on a local level, to start on a local level, because it's so tangible. On the other hand, it works also in the world right now. I mean, people are more engaged in politics on a local than on a European or even on a national level, because they can physically be there and do an impact. The problem for us as media is that the business model is already difficult on a national scale. On a local scale, it is even more difficult, because you don't get the reach to get a decent advertisement, and the people are not really necessarily willing to pay for it. But if one find kind of an initiative, could be with Google, it could be with a city which would like to be engaged there, and do a collaboration and get all the data on the table, real-time data, like why is there a traffic, why is there a construction site, how long is it there, when it will be over, why is it longer than expected, what went wrong, and so on. Even those little nitty-gritty details, then it could be very interesting.
So I was actually thinking that might be a good time to close, just because I think we've come up with something of a definition of how new media can help democracy, and because we've had a very stimulating discussion thanks to the excellent contributions of the 3 panelists and the interesting observations from the audience. So I really thank you very much, because I think this is the modern way forward to think about democracy, and we're all going to be doing a lot more of it in the future. So please, a round of applause.
Well, thank you, Alison, and thank you to all our panelists now and throughout the day. I believe this has been a great way to celebrate and debate democracy. We are grateful for the United Nations establishing this day 9 years ago, and grateful for the United Nations Democracy Fund to be entrusting us, the New York Times and Kathimerini, to have this debate on democracy. We will hear from Annika later today. Talking about later today, for those of you that will be joining us at the SKAI of Attalos for the second part of our conference, that starts at 6 o'clock, and the Prime Minister will make his keynote address, and our columnist Roger Cohen will moderate a session, and then there will be a cocktail after that. But I bet most of you are hungry now. We do have a light buffet lunch served at the back of the room, and hope to see you later today. Thank you.
1978.